Good morning and welcome back to United21 Season 22. We've got another game, another day of round 2 games here for you to watch. Starting off with Group C. We've got the Group C winners match and the Group C elimination match. We'll take a quick look at the brackets so you can see how everything's prevailed. You can see Anonimo and Illumino have topped their groups over in Group A and Group B, with Little Mix and Preezy eliminated. Group C and D, yet to see who are the first teams to make it through the playoffs. And focusing today on Group C, you can see we've got Hymo and Viperio, the winner of which goes through to the playoffs and the loser goes down to the decider. And then afterwards we've got ADEPTS versus Astralis Talent as the elimination match, meaning one of those two teams will be going home. Now, focusing on the first match, Hymo versus Viperio. Hymo, as you can see, they managed to beat ADEPTS 2-1. Hymo was an interesting team last time I managed to catch them. They were a very inexperienced Finnish team who relied quite heavily on the individual firepower, specifically from UP. Their fundamentals meant that their trading wasn't great, their team play wasn't great, but if their players like UP were able to find the multi-kills, then they were able to take rounds off of greater opponents. But they've already managed to take down ADEPTS, and now they find themselves here ready in the veto, as you can see, up against Viperio. Viperio, a little bit more of an experienced side. They've been bouncing around, making a few roster changes here or there, recently picking up Shine. And you can see the maps are going to be Anubis, Inferno, and Ancient, as Vertigo, Nuke, Dustu, and Mirage are banned out in that order. Looking at this map pool, I think this is a decent one for Viperio. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Viperio do like a good bit of Anubis. But either way, it'll be Hymo's pick as we will get off with the game. No hesitation. Kicking off the pistol, it's going to be fast for Viperio in towards middle. A full sprint. Hymo themselves stacking towards B, but they've got that information towards B main. Surely they should be a little bit quicker on the rotation here. In fact, oh, it's the full fight towards CT here for Viperio. The block towards camera is perfect. It funnels them in, guarantees, or at least gives the sense of security for Hymo that they're not going to be going towards A. They can focus on this flank coming in towards CT, but there's still 4 players in wait. Zodi, a beautiful shot towards Spargo, but JP, 2 lovely shots from B main. Bomb going to be rushed to the plant. It will go down in the end, which is what Viperio are prioritising. Zodi and Shine still trying to dance around this post plant, leaving just Shine. Norwegian AWP. 1 versus 2, looking for the 3k. Bomb is planted for him. Both these players slowly circling in. He's double checking, wants to search for the next player. Spots the shadow out, which gives him the anticipation, and 2 beautiful headshots. Shine will collect the clutch. At the end of the day, Viperio, you could see as soon as they spotted the stack, they're like, okay, let's just get this bomb down as quick as possible. This round is going to be difficult to win. Get the bomb planted, and we can at the very least guarantee ourselves $600 per player for the next round to be able to go for a second round force. But Shine says, no, look, I don't care whether we're getting the bomb plant or not. I'm going to win it myself. It's a beautiful double kill there. Triple in total. One round up. Hymo now going to be going for the Force Spy to challenge Viperio here. 2 MP9s, 2 Deagles and a Scout. But it's a simple pop, a simple execution on towards this B-bomb site. Smoke towards the back site. And delayed smoke towards connector. This could actually provide a lot of room for some chaos, which these MP9s could thrive in. You can see Switcher already down low. Now Upi. Fine Shine. Yeah, these low HP players of Viperio, they kind of got stalled out. Scrimo will collect at least 1 kill. Viperio, having these extremities, can now play a much slower game, having safe havens outside of the bomb site. They're still going to try and get this bomb across. Zodi does not want to risk going down so easily. They're going to chuck that bomb across under the cover of a smoke. UP should be considering a save here. Keep that Kevlar, keep that Deagle for the next round. Next round, I have no doubt Hymo will be ecoing. They won't be investing anything, so anything worth investing is worth saving for UP. Looks like Scrimo might... Ooh, UP slipped the net. I was about to say, Screamer might have just cleared the beach and caught him, but no, Upi is running in towards the site. Knowing that nobody had exited towards CT, he knows it's a safe path. There's not going to be any resistance. In fact, he's picked up a Galil. Look at that! Cheeky rifle. Massive upgrade. He can drop that Deagle over to Spargo. Another Galil backed by Kevlar, but 2-0 for Viperio. A similar setup here. Early left side smoke allows these rifles to just swing B main, take the aim fights, the molly to prevent any early pushes so they can get closer. And they're just going to be taking these aim jewels. There's the first. There's the second. Switcher. 2 lovely kills. This time there aren't the MP9s to get chaotic. There isn't any counter utility. There isn't this heavy rotation over towards this B site either. So once Viperio get those 2 kills, it's just about locking out the rotations. Switcher can be getting his third before being dinked down. Should be happy with that triple. Leaves Arvid 1 versus 5. USP and a smoke. Ooh, yeah, nice. Able to get the Galil. I wouldn't hate him saving this, considering, especially with Jape investing into a Deagle. Jape's not got much money. We'll get an extra consolation kill, confirmation of his location. Viperio aren't going to be hunting too aggressively. The nearest player is Dezd, but he's got an AK. It's not worth the risk of possibly losing an AK simply to take away a Galil. A 3-0 start. Now the full investment comes out for Jaime. They're going to be electing to go for a simple 2-1-2 setup. Arvid playing to block in towards middle whilst he's solo. In the meantime, 2 of his teammates group up towards A main, look to get aggressive. Arvid doing a decent job meeting heavy resistance here. Just deploying his util to try and slow Zodi down, keep him at bay. And there's a nice smoke there which actually blocks both doors and house. Owned by Arvid. He's done a good enough job. Viperio have now fallen back away from middle. Into the aggressive hold of Spargo. Scrimo. First to fall. An advantage for Jaime. Viperio have to try and recover this, and a well-timed smoke blocks them off. Considering the lack of presence, the lack of pressure towards B. And the lack of noise now towards mid after their initial pressure. You can piece together that they were setting themselves up outside of A. An early block and a strong held angle by Wellhope. Switcher will try and catch off the rotation, but just leave Shine in a 1 versus 4 after he's traded. Dancing around, pivoting left, right and centre. But too much. Jaime will secure their first round on the board, with 3 players surviving. This time they're setting themselves up. Spargo getting aggressive towards B main, and he wins the heads up duel. Shine was just sat holding the angle, waiting for that peek. That's what he wanted. He wanted someone to peek dry into him. But Spargo wins the fight. Early opening pick. Hymo. Good counter util in towards middle. Keep Zodi at bay. Chips him down low. This is some impressive utility usage coming out from Hymo. Viperio being red here. They've been denied towards B. They've been denied towards middle. What does that leave? A. Which currently blocked off. Currently smoked. Wellho playing now to hard hold with a teammate in tow. HE blows open the smoke and he's good for one. And Arvid transfers 2 beautiful headshots, leaving Zodi already chipped down low thanks to the HEs. And Jape will finish him off. Viperio, they set themselves up to close out on towards that A site and then met with 3 players. UP getting aggressive now that Hymo are up against pistols. They have the freedom to take some more aim fights at range, especially that fight there towards the water. UP player does have aggressive habits, especially against the pistols. Here, just waiting to see if these fights get given their way, or whether they can win any of them. Deagle does chop Boopy down low. That's when Wellho comes in towards A main. There's yet to frag. Maybe could find an opportunity to here. Sets himself in the right off angle, but surely, yeah, carpet's being held. I've tied the scoreline 3-3. Round number 7, we've got a full investment on either side. And 3 sets of AKs on Hymo. Only 1 M4. Early pop in towards middle, using that Molotov, pushing Jake back. Trying to take these fights, Dest. Wins his first duel. Jake falls. Man advantage. Opening pick for Viperio. Meantime, Hymo had gained a lot of ground over towards water, but they're forced to give it up off in this rotation, and Zodi's pushed deeper. Caught Spargo. Now a 2-man advantage. Zodi still keeping it towards the temple. Spots the shadow of Upi. Waits patiently. Knows that as long as that fight is taken at that position, he has the advantage. Arvid and Wellho in a 2 versus 4. Should be looking to save. Scrimmo still has a full belt of utility. He's just deployed his smoke to keep any retake attempts at bay. And while Hymo have plenty of cash, that money can very quickly disappear. We're only 6 rounds in, halfway into the first half. Hymo want to make sure that they have enough money to buy on every single round. Not just the next 2. rather than throwing these weapons away at a low chance retake. Save them. Increase your chances on another round. Viperio set themselves up for a bit of a set piece here, but they're holding ready for this aggression, and somehow Hymo are still able to get a kill apiece. Just a dry swing from two players. I'm not sure if there was a flash or not. Either way, Shine wasn't blinded. Arvid, oh, messy spray. Des will punish. Man advantage now for Viperio. They're starting to constrict this site. Spargo, the smoke fades, caught. Two different angles to watch, leaving Wellho in a 1 versus 3. He's going to be creeping through the temple smoke. Found the timing to isolate a fight whilst the bomb is being planted. Des, low HP. Zodi will be finished off. A risky fight there from Zodi, leaving Des in a 1 versus 1. Both players 1 point of damage. Rather, 1 bullet from the M4. The AK will be enough to finish them off. One is going to make it tricky for Des. Does manage to avoid the HE, but Wellho just sticking the bomb. Will successfully get the 1 versus 3. A bit of a fumble there from Viperio. The 2 full health plays taking fights before Des. The first one you can somewhat excuse. Wellho really did a good job at isolating that fight. Nobody actually watching the temple rotation. And then Zodi going for a massive wide swing. Imo equalise again. Viperio look to target a similar round. 4 towards B main. One going to be coming in late. Des towards the water, but he's blocked off right now by a smoke on the stairs. Spargo looking to try and take an aim duel behind the smoke. Scoped up, ready. Smokes come in. Spargo falls back to the next angle. Screamo gets the opening kill. Jake just trying to hide in towards the con. Switcher will find his head. Temple re-smoked multiple times. But Hymo should be attempting his retake anyway. Viperio now up to 5. Slowly scratching away at this scoreline. And so far, we can already see the slower style of rounds for Viperio. These defaults aren't really working for them. They're struggling at pushing and pulling the rotations. They're being blocked and denied by Hymo at every which way. But it's these set pieces, more poppy plays that are working better for them. Testing the Hymo defense whilst they're set up in a default. Whilst the CTs are, that is. 1-2-2 this time. Smoking towards window. A nice smoke there from Arvid. Insta extinguishes that Molotov, meaning that Arvid can maintain a safe haven. He's got to get curious now. Aggressive. Sees that there's no follow-up behind that molly. But Viperio just sat holding for this push, and Arvid walks into 3 of them. I can understand the thought process there from Arvid. Okay, there's no actual follow-up, no players behind this utility. Maybe it's a fake. Why would Viperio still be sitting around after they've thrown util looking to take middle and not actually taking it? Unless it was a fake. But a reaction there from Upi after losing that player. Isolates a fight onto Switcher. 4 versus 4. There's the responsibility of applying a bit of presence, a bit of pressure towards Con. Hopefully to bait out a rotation, and it has. Hymo has stacked 3 players towards B. There's only 1 player between A and mid, and that's Wellho. Des does 4, trying to take contact, trying to get information. But the thing is, after a while, Hymo will figure out, okay, there's no follow-up behind Des' push there. Des pushed out solo, dry, without any utility, without any teammates. Rotation should come through. Wellho does get contacted upon. 3 versus 3, Hyman might be tempted to go for this, especially with the kit on Spargo and the smoke on Upi. Viperio take a deep post planting towards heaven. Scrimmo, beautiful shot on towards Upi. Untraded. Even the second as well. Spargo with the AWP. Tried to pin A main in case there's any counter swing. But doing so, perhaps baited his teammates a little. On the flip side, he does get to save this AWP. More expensive weapon. Arvid and Jape and Upi can't actually buy. Spargo could drop over at least 1. Wellho could then buy, he could get 3 weapons up. Spargo could even drop over a FAMAS or an MP9. Yeah, so it's going to be 2 MP9s, 2 M4s, 1 AWP. There's 2 rounds left in the half. I wouldn't have hated a save for the last, but I also don't hate this buy. OP aggressive again towards B. Takes down Switcher once more. And Spargo with the AWP catches Des trying to walk through the smoke. Oh, Shine trying to hold for that aggression, but missed shot. Two-man disadvantage now for Viperio. This was 2 MP9s at the start for Hymo. And already they're in a 5 versus 3. Off the back of the opening picks from the AWP and the M4. More nice utility in towards middle. Softening Viperio up. Skirmo now deploys utility to apply pressure towards A main. Wellho's managed to find an island between the smoke and the flames. Well, look at this gamble setup from Hymo. I love it. A triple stack towards A. On B, they just hunker down towards one of the extremities in con, doubling up. And then just walk one by one in towards Spargo's crosshair. Screamo. In a 1 versus 5, he'll only find 1. Spargo collects a quad kill. Hymo now up to 5, just 1 round behind Viperio. Bag with a flash in hand, ready for an aggressive peek in towards B main. Comes through. Jape can't quite land the shot. Upi can't finish off the player deep in towards B main either, but that's when Arvid pushes in towards mid. He's good for 1, but quickly traded. Spargo now the lone defender here on towards the B bomb site. Whips out the 5-7 and holds his ground against Zodi. Zodi can't punish. 2 versus 2. Scrimo now lurking in through connector. Should have spotted Spargo and did. Finishes him off. Risk factor now as well, though. 1 versus 2. Creeping in through B main. A fast flank for him. Smoke, kit, and a molly. Clearing out B main. Looking at the utility. Should be able to identify that it's a can't hold, but Shine holds the perfect angle. Can spot Wilho's leg before he's round the corner. Therefore can pull the trigger in anticipation. It'll be a 7-5 half. Viperio, that's decent. Anubis is the most T-sided map in the pool. A 7-5 half is what you'd expect for, honestly, an even half. We'll see how Hymo fare on the favourable side of their favoured map. Fast playing towards middle for Hymo, similar to Viperos, but this time there's a firing squad set in place. Zodi good for 2. Shine running low on bullets. Switcher comes in to support with the Julies. Spargo and Wellho in a 2 versus 3, but overwhelmed. Spargo is hunted down. Bomb dropped. It's just Wellho coming in on this late lurk through A main. Scrimo anticipates, jiggling pixel angle from camera. Will spot the leg. Fires off a couple shots. And baits in Switcher with the Julies to finish it off. A triple kill for the Estonian. That 7-5 relatively even half now. Looks a little bit more one-sided with that pistol round in tow for Viperio. Now they're able to get the full investment, get the rifles out, and it's 3 Famises, interestingly. 1 M4 on Switcher. MP9 on Scrimo. The MP9 now looking to get aggressive, looking to farm some cash against an ecoing Hymo. A Hymo who didn't get the bomb down last round. Jape does land a dink, but Scrimo, his dink is a little bit better. Scrimo continuing to fight. Zodi just doing a little bit of aim practice in towards middle. Spots the last player of UP. Scrimo will hunt him down, getting that triple kill on the MP9, farming some more cash, that extra $600 kill bonus. It does appear that we do have a technical pause, hopefully one that will get resolved as quick as possible. And we're back in. It's a 3rd round buy for Hymo. 5 AK-47s, a handful of grenades. They've only got 2 flashbangs though. Might limit their options when it comes to actually taking map control and exploiting it. Being flashed into angles. Viperio going to get aggressive. Des jumps down off the bridge, does fall. Zodi comes in and finds a trade. Wellho catches Switcher off guard, holding an off angle. Man advantage for Hymo. They come out on top after Viperio's attempt at aggression. Couple sets of smokes deployed on towards this B bomb site. Should try and cut this site in half. HE blows open the smoke and Zodi lines up 2. On the famous of all weapons. Scrimo falls and connects it onto a 2-on-2, but then Jape caught through the smoke, leaving Wellho 1 versus 2. Molly to try and flush out Zodi. Low HP player, if that just tickles him a little bit, he might fall. Wellho's Hymo's got to try and dance and isolate these fights. Will smoke off CT, but it's not a great one. Big gap on that left-hand side. Shine. Looks like he's just going to walk through the edge of it. Will caught. Oh, that's nasty for Viperio. Wellho catches the leg of Zodi walking through. Shine. A little bit slow to react off that spray. Wellho will collect another clutch. 1v3 in the first half, or 1v2 right there. Pyro still able to get a full investment. That was a bit of a bonus round for them, still working with those pharmacies and that MP9. But here, Hymo getting aggressive. It's fast in towards mid-control. They're primed and ready for a bit of an A split here, with the exception of the fact that their players over towards A are locked out behind a couple of smokes. Regardless, they're going to throw the supportive util to allow these mid players to press on. Zodi finds the first. Upi not traded. Wide swing. Zodi will find a second. Scrimmo now locked in towards A main. Have to try and dance. And Arvid will line up too. Puts into the 2 versus 2. Switcher and Arvid, they kiss in the smoke. Switcher pulls away. Here's the replenish of the smoke. Arvid is in a difficult spot. Somehow he gets away. How his Switcher allowed that? Switcher might still be able to beat him towards the side going in through connector. Arvid looks to try and take this fight. But Switcher wins it. Spargo comes in on the trade on the flank. Now Spargo concerned about where Scrimmo could be coming from. Has to try and recover this bomb. 36 seconds to do so. Off angle held by Scrimmo. Will catch him. Viperio up on 10. Considering that was a 5 versus 3. Zodi gets 2 opening kills. That's scary for Viperio that they almost fumbled that. The fact that Arvid was able to get a double kill. For starters. And then not only that, Arvid was somehow able to get towards that B-bomb site. Now Hymo in a weak spot, economically speaking. There's a couple PT50 to Tech 9. Arvid going for a hero AK. See where he's choosing to use that one. I think it's towards the water. Doubled up with Spargo. Meantime, Switch is getting a little bit inquisitive towards B main with the MP9. Des just blocks off connector. Doesn't allow these pistols, and little to his knowledge that AK to get close. Yeah, I'm going to be trying to boost Arvid, looking to see if he can spot anything over the top of that smoke. Smoke, it's replenished. Arvid hasn't even spotted anybody yet. The win condition for Hymo on this round is try and get Arvid to find an opening kill with this AK. Set him up to take a fight, a 1 versus 1, a 50-50 duel. If you look at the 2 investments made by these 2 teams, a 50-50 duel, the teams will be happy with that. And take that all day, but Des will take Jape's head all day. There you go, Switcher pushes in, catches Arvid. They line up. Arvid, in fact, is the one to kill Spargo. So that's the AK removed. Shine now looking to farm some cash. Only good for 1. Gives away his life. Upi can now upgrade to the Tech 9 and spams down Des. Des a bit of a whiff. So Upi won't be able to do much more. Caught on the cross. It will be an 11th for Viperio. They're closing in on stealing this map away from Hymo. Interesting, all the Viperio players with HEs out there. There's Molly Doff, connector control being taken by Hymo. Pressure being applied on either side of the site. Upi finds the timing to creep through this lurk smoke. Perfect. The amount of pressure applied towards connecting. Knows he can catch the connector player back turned. But Switcher and Shine are going to be holding down this site together. But the firing squad established in B main catches the players coming through Temple. After the players on site are dealt with, it's a fight between the extremities. And Jape catches Switcher. A messy spray from Switcher. Low HP in a lot of these high mode players. Scrimmo, if he had HP himself, I wouldn't say no to a clutch. But on 14 points of health, unless this HE can be an absolute slam dunk, a 3-pointer. I think a 3-pointer makes a bit more sense. Yeah, Scrimmo just going to tuck away and save. Vipeiro don't have the funds for a buy next round. Switcher and Zodi, pretty much empty bank accounts. Scrimmo can at least drop one of them. Shine and Dez can buy themselves. They'll have 4 rifles. I say that, it's 1 round loss bonus. They might not even be able to afford that. Yeah, no, Dez and Shine can't afford a rifle with Kevlar unless they go for a FAMAS, so I think this will be an eco. See what Scrimmo can do. In fact, no, Dez has bought FAMAS. They can't afford this. You're 11-7 up. You've got plenty of rounds to play with. You don't need to waste rounds by forcing. Let Hymo get to an 8th. Then on round number 20, they could go for a full healthy buy challenge. All they need to do is win 2 rounds. So put all your eggs in those 2 rounds. As soon as I say that, every single time I go about that rant with teams who are in the lead, a couple rounds away from winning, forcing, that's when they seem to win it. So we'll see. We'll see what Vipeiro can pull off with this buy. We need a win condition. You can't be playing vanilla Counter-Strike. Can't be playing default versus default when you've got weaker weaponry. And we go doubling up for a con play, but the molly splits them in half. Switcher can try and isolate the fight. There's no trade behind it. Arvid on his own. Not ready for the push of the Molotov, which he threw himself. That's an upgrade. MP9 now into an AK. Oh. A creamy shot there from Switcher, but he overextends on the spray. After hitting a confident shot on for the double, he was looking for the triple. Gave it away. Wellho tries to hold, but a proactive play towards A main isolates him. Hymo, they're defaulting here, but they're all defaulting on their own, one by one. You had Arvid solo towards Con. He takes contact and goes down. Wellho defaulting on his own towards A main. He takes contact. He goes down. Steve Jape, 1 versus 3. He's got to try and recover this bomb. It's been spotted being held by 2 Vipeiro players. Yeah, there's not enough time for him to recover the bomb and get to the bomb site either. He's going to tuck around and save. Dez should have rifle out here. Bit messy on that spray. Shaky. Crosshair doesn't lock in. Scrimmo's going to hunt a little bit. Doesn't need to. But Vipeiro get themselves onto map point. As I said in the before the round in the freeze time, I eat my words. Deep molly for Scrimmo, but it allows him to fight behind it. But Wellho sprints through to punish. Perfect flashbang. Can upgrade to an AK. In the meantime, Zodi's found Arvid in middle. 1-for-1 trades. In fact, these are just solo fights taken all over the map from Hymo. There's no coordination on this T side whatsoever. I was impressed with on their CT side how they were able to fight against the T default. Blocking map control, gathering a lot of information, reading Viperia well, having the perfect rotations. But here on the T side, there's nothing. It's fine, jiggling. I spotted Spargo. We'll take the peak on timing, catches Spargo in transition. Will be a 13-7 victory for Viperio. Zodi top of the scoreboard, 21-12, impressive from the Danish IGL. A good showing there from the international squad, stealing Hymo's map pick. Hymo, they need to bounce back on the next map if they want to try and stay alive in this tournament. I say stay alive, I'm pretty sure this is the winner's match, so the winner will be going through to the playoffs. Make sure to tune in 10 minutes time. Just after this quick break, we'll be back with the second map. Welcome back to United21 Season 22. In the middle of this best of three between Viperio and Heimer, we're on to map number 2. Viperio looking to close out this series in 2 as we continue onto their own map pick of Inferno. Heimer on their T side looked a little bit lackluster on Anubis. We'll see if that can change here on Inferno, but first they've got to get through their CT side. Viperio, it's going to be a slow default for them on the pistol round. Holding for banana aggression, holding for apps aggression, clearing out apartments now, making a little bit of information, passing it towards Hymo, saying, look, we made some presence in apps. Be wary, be concerned. You can see Hymo falling slightly further back towards that A site. Lengthening their rotation, but also denying their information. But noise made over towards B, baits out a smoke, similar reaction. 2 players on B fall back to more of a retake setup. So as I say, that Jape pushes back in towards the site, plays first oranges. Arvid also with the Julies. The flash ready to pop over the coffins. This is a strong setup for Hymo. As soon as Jape takes contact, the flash comes through, but Scrimo accelerates and domes him, leaving Arvid to hold his own towards the coffins, and he's good for a second kill. But before going down, it's now 3 versus 3 as the bomb is planted, and Desta's taking deep control of Ruins. Not only that, he picked up the Julies in a strong spot, and his teammates have now come to join him. The bait and switch. The reload will give away his location. And in fact, they've caught him mid-reload. A big mistake there from Dest, and that sells outshine as well, leaving Zodi in a 1 versus 3. Now, bomb ticking. 23 seconds left. There is a kit in play, but it doesn't matter. Spargo will find the head and defuse anyway. Massive blunder there from Dest going for that reload. A super long reload on the Julies, who've got 2 guns to reload. It makes sense for the reload to be so long on that gun. Or that weapon. Those weapons. Never know whether to call them plural. But it completely breaks apart the setup going for that reload. A well-timed push from Hymo gets them the first round on the board. Viperio, though, with that bomb plant and a couple kills, they can go for these Galils. Scrimo, Shine, and Switcher. 1 each. Couple Mac 10s on Zodi and Dez. This buy rivaling that of Hymo's. They themselves have 3 SMGs and only 2 rifles. Difference being they have more utility to play for time, to block, to use reactively. As utility is traded for maintaining map control. Hymo come out on top. Which means Viperio, they have to try and take the fights whilst they can. Fading, top mid smoke, the head spotted, but too much Spargo, too many targets on the screen. The same for Upi. Scarone Shine, decimate them. Doing well, trying to hold down Mini Pip, but with an MP9, not the weapon for the job. This A site crumbles. Shape successfully holds for the push. We'll be able to pick up an M4, fall away, try and save a rifle. Viperio don't hunt aggressively. They want to build their own bank, make sure that they can afford utility and weaponry to contest for map control. But they've answered back with 1. Hymo in a sticky spot now. They win the pistol, they lose the second. That decimates their loss bonus. Empties their bank accounts. Fortunately, 2 saved weapons. They can drop over an extra MP9. They're going to be working with 1 M4, 2 5.7s, 2 MP9s. Using these weaker weapons, the Upi's going to get aggressive. The MP9 down towards the bottom of mid. Finds a perfect time off the back of the flash from Arvid to peek, but Scrimo comes up in Mexico and surprises him. 4v4. As things slow down, as Viperio freeze, wait for a reaction. Hymo, rather than trying to be proactive, knowing that Viperio are waiting for them, they're just going to go for a gamble stack. All 4 players on towards the A site. If Viperio choose to hit A, Hymo will have every single ounce of power that they have consolidated towards A to stop this hold, to stop this hit. But more likely, what will happen if Viperio hit this B site, which is what they are going to do, Hymo should just save. I like this from Viperio as well. It's a full execution. Dropping the smokes, dropping the Molotovs, waiting for the Molotovs to clear out the corners and the hiding spots, deploy the flashes, and then enter the site, knowing there's very little counter utility for Hymo to use. Regardless, Hymo going to be saving. Those of you who wonder why in these sorts of scenarios, why you save, put a number on this round. Going for a retake 4-on-4 on towards that B-bomb site, you've probably got, what, 20% chance of winning? Whereas if you save these weapons, you sacrifice that 20% of chance of winning here, and you get a 25% chance of winning in the next round. There's still a better chance, right? In fact, looking at this exact buy, it's probably even greater. Rather than having a 20% chance of retaking, you choose to go for, what, a 35% chance of winning this round here. Still a heavy favour for Viperio, but the chance of winning this round right now with this save is better than if it was a 4-on-4 retake. Because here you've still got 2 sites to split up. You've got multiple points on the map to control the fights. You've got a full reset, essentially. And now the time is on your side. Rather than the bomb being planted. Not only that, if they wanted to, they can try and set up Jape for some success with this M4. He's going to be tucked in over on the boost. A similar mid stack, waiting for Viperio to pressure in. Smoke towards long. UP is in front of it. Molotov at a flash. Try and flush out under the boost. But Jape activates with the M4. As soon as he gets 1, the swing comes through from UP and they find 2. Switcher now working in through the apps, but takes a solo fight. He thinks that there's a mid stack, so he thinks, oh, cool, I can find a timing towards apps. But the M4 is still short. So he gives up another rifle, forcing Zodi and Dez to accelerate towards B. They do have a 2 versus 1, but Arvid has done a good job at delaying, buying for time. And not only that, he's even got a kill. And the save pays off for Hymo. Only 1 player falls, and that's Arvid. Viperio. Yeah, you're up against a weak buy. You know you're up against a save buy. Because 4 players survived. You know it was a force because UP had an MP9 in the previous round. And even if you're against USPs, that's a risky play. Going 2 players in towards mid, the utility wasn't. And like, they've mollied the short exit. They haven't actually mollied under porch, which is the hiding spot. Poor fundamentals there from Viperio when it came to treating that anti-eco properly. Or anti-force even. And not only that, but a Switcher then trying to walk out apps solo after 2 of his players die in mid. Completely misses the timing window. If he went maybe a couple seconds earlier, maybe. Possibly. Now Hymo in a prime spot with plenty of rifles. Gambled, leaning over towards B, but they push back top banana. As they do so, they spot Dest. They keep him at bay, and they gamble rotate back over towards A, where Wellho was the lone player, the lone defender. They've lost mid control. They now need to retake it with these players. The things they're smoked off towards long. I believe Arvid just replenished that smoke towards the top of middle. Top of banana, sorry. Keeps these players at bay. We'll drop an incendiary a little bit early. Has a second smoke to drop. Not going to be able to hold in front of them. They'll barge their way through the smoke. The flashes are strong, though. The flashes are perfect, in fact. Arvid finds 2. Spargo pushes through the smoke and gets 1. Shine has switched places in that smoke. It does look like Spargo's considering it, considering on the minimap he's looking towards the ruined smoke. He could find the timing because Arvid's jiggling left side CT. But no, well hope. Rotation comes through. 4 seconds left. Switcher just has to say there's no wait. No time. Three to 2, Vipero now having to eco. Switcher with this saved AK. We'll see whether he can pull up his bootstraps and find the necessary frags. All of these deagles can work some wizardry. There's going to be a carpet of flames at the bottom of banana. The flames fade. HE's towards the T-ramp, but Vipero taking a step back and avoided them. All except Zodi, who's down to 59 points of health. Very passive hold for Viperio. Waiting to see if Hymo overextend, but at this point, the lack of noise, the lack of presence, Hymo should have figured out that Viperio is sitting and waiting. Arvid jump spotting, takes a dink. Fortunately, only from a Glock. Viperio now start to accelerate. Jape. Flash deployed towards coffins. Does thin out the spread. T plays, but Arvid can then activate coming in from the new box. Viperio now just in a blender in a firing squad. Being torn apart. They're able to find one singular frag on towards UP. That's all. Tactical pause now from Viperio, much needed. See if their coach Pap can impart some words of wisdom. Spur some fire back into this international squad. Squad who dominated 13-7 on Anubis. Although that was primarily on their CT side where they looked the strongest. Partly due to Hano having very little of a T side. That does lend Viperio to a greater possibility in the second half of closing out this map. But they'd much prefer if they can get a nice bed of rounds in the first half to work from in the second. Viperio working towards banana. Hymo, it's another gamble stack for them, starting a 4-1 setup. Spargo with the AWP, lone defender of B. A good spot to fire off one shot and fall back. You should have heard. Yeah, there we go. Here's the smoke being thrown. Drops his incendiary. Means that he can still have a sight line rather than dropping the smoke. Now he's in coffins. He can fire off a shot again and fall back, but caught repositioning. He drops the smoke, but before it blooms, he starts moving away. He goes down, and now the rest of the CT is locked out the side, but a perfect flash sets up Arvid. 2 beautiful headshots. 3 versus 3. But the bomb is still in T-spawn for Viperio. Switcher. Trying to go grab that. Dahaimo, no, but they've got a 3-on-2 on the site right now. Oh, nice HE. Softens UP up. Re-smoke on towards CT. Switcher now running in. Caught, pants down as a HE blows open the smoke, making so much noise. Oh, Switcher. Sprinting in late with the bomb. Haimo have figured out, like, they've been sat there waiting for ages. At least Upi has been sat in ruins waiting for the bomb to be planted, hearing that it's not been planted yet, but confirming that there's still players on the site replenishing the smoke. The HE thrown in towards coffins. They know that Viperio is still there, so if the bomb's not planted, it's making its way in. And Switcher making so much noise, sprinting in through CT. Haimo know that they can catch the bomb before it's even planted, and they know exactly where it is. So they just blow open that smoke, and Switcher takes the fight rather than trying to get safe. And breaks the money for Viperio. That was their opportunity, their buy around. They caught Spargo, they capitalised on his mistake. But then they couldn't convert. They made mistakes of their own. Now Haimo looking to make light work of these pistols. And I'll flex the fact they have these rifles. UP will collect a triple kill. Time of 2-3 for Haimo again. Overloading their defense on different sites at different points on the map. This time it's towards B. But not aggressive though. Spargo scoped up towards coffins. Counter util or retake util in hand. Ready. The smoke comes through now in towards CT, but that's exactly when the molly drops. In fact, the molly's not landed. It's missed. Now Viperio have an anti-flash set up. They're all turned ready for that swing to come through. They remove Jape and Spargo. Missed shot. Zodi wrecks him. And Welho, the Molotov lands in the one spot that he's hiding. Switch has managed to find one on the lurk. Leaving UP in a 1 versus 5. We managed to take down Shine, but he hasn't repositioned. Viperio, they don't have the cash built up to hunt. As much as they want to remove this M4, as much as they want to cause cost to Haimo, they don't have the funds to spend hunting. They want to risk losing their own weapons. Well, looking to get proactive, but peaks well ahead of Spargo. Spargo wasn't in any position to trade or to hold his T-stairs. UP has managed to slip the net in towards bedroom. Not spotted anyone just yet, but we'll hear these steps and we'll catch Scrimmo. Pre-fires the spray. Switcher can't trade. Oopie, a beautiful double kill to recover. Spargo holds, ready for Shine's attempt to trade. Sodi keeps in towards long. We'll spot Oopie. Oopie confident. Drops the flashbang, overwhelmed. Goes for that re-swing. Sodi falls. It's still a man advantage for Hymo. The lone defender Spargo's got an AWP in pit. Smoke will block him off. Gives Viperia safe passage to the site, and Dest actually uses it to close the distance. Bomb is planted, but the Molotov finishes off Zodi. Des now in a 1 versus 2. He's going to shift through the smoke, looking to fade it. But in fact, they kiss in the smoke. Surely Jape figures that one out, and there you go, spots him. Trying to walk through the edge. Arvid will get the defuse. Hymo now up towards the 7th. Have guaranteed a lead at the half. HE stack on Banana. That information can be passed across by Viperia, anticipating at least one of those players to walk away very quickly. Exactly what Oopie's done. Viperia aren't deterred by seeing 3 nades. In fact, they're accelerated, they're incentivized to try and catch them off. There's still 2. Arvid, a double kill, another one to try and hit this site. Shine walking his way through, but in the flames. Is finished off by the USP of Jape. Switcher trying to find a couple kills on the lurk. Will find 2. Takes down both the A players, but has no assistance to his teammates who have already fallen. Trying to take B. Full minute on the clock. Oopie getting aggressive. Doesn't want to overextend. He's going to fall back. Play with his teammate. Especially with Jape on such low HP. They seem concerned about Switcher having gotten into towards ruins, but Switcher's actually picked up the orb and is just saving it towards T-spawn. So if anything, that's utility wasted by Hymo. But so far, Viperia are really struggling to attack this B-bomb site when Arvid is here. They've successfully taken it when Spargo's been defending, when any of the other players have been solo. But Arvid, he's so solid, good for a double kill, constantly. It's up at 13 and 5 already. Final round of the half. Viperia would really like to get a 4th. Without it, they'll be in a dire spot. Again, anti-rush util at the top of Banana. Aggressive play in towards ADEPTS, but this time Switcher holds strong. Oopie falls first. Wellho fails to trade. Switcher going to be accelerating out of the balcony. He's even going to dome Arvid. Spargo, though, goes unchecked. Caught by Scrumo. Switcher still alive. And Viperia in a difficult spot. They can't exactly get the bomb over towards Switcher. It's just going to take the 3 versus 2 over on B where Jape sits. Jape has plenty of util here. As he hears the steps, he can molly them out. Oh, but it misses. He throws it too shallow. HE will grant him vision and they isolate Dez. Another HE on towards the side, but Shine finds the shot before the flash puts him off. Spargo still scoped up, ready for this peek, but Shine wins the duel. 8-4. They do secure that off the back of a lovely triple piece there from Switcher. Wellho, 2 and 5. He's one of the players on Anubis, at least for Hymo, who was finding a lot of impact on that CT side. I was impressed with his A-site defense, but here on Inferno, he struggled to hold pit. He struggled getting aggressive in apps, being caught off guard multiple times. Bailed out by Upi, but when Upi goes down, Wellho can't bail Upi out. Into the second pistol round of Inferno. Jape. Smoke, flash, flash. Going to be dropping a smoke. I believe that's the lurk smoke towards top of mid. Rest of Hymo going to be accelerating fast. This is a pop through the smoke if ever I've seen one. 3 players being flashed in. They're going to accelerate towards long. Met with no resistance. Shine. The nearest point of contact will find the perfect off angle to tap down one. Even taps down the second, but eventually will fall to Arvid. Arvid even catches the dink on towards Switcher. Scrimo. Touching towards Dark. Deals with Arvid. Switcher now just has to play time, tucking towards his pit. That's his job. Stay alive. As long as he's alive, he's still a threat, but eventually he falls. Fortunately, Scrimo is able to capitalise on the distraction, leaving Wellho in a 1 versus 3. He won't be able to collect a third kill, unlike Scrimo, who gets 3 in a single round. Much needed pistol there for Viperio, at least within the context of this map. In the context of this series, of course, Viperio are already 1 map up. Even if they lose this map, it would be going to Ancient the Decider. Going to be a full eco for Hymo. Just a single flashbang invested. Going to be going for a pop in towards middle, but this play's playing anti-flash for Viperio, and they mow them down. Shine, Switcher, Scrimo. It's a blender at the top of middle. They were set up perfectly ready for that. 2 players playing anti-flash. Viperio now up to a 6th. That was the eco for Hymo. Now they have the 3rd round investment. 5 AKs. Plethora of grenades. Viperio get a bit of a bonus round now. Working with MP9s. On a map like Inferno, though, these MP9s can just as deadly as a rifle. But Arvid finds a gap in the smoke, edges the corner, and finds Dez. And Zodi, fully blinded, falls. Leaving Scrimo to defend the site alone. Reveals that he's now on the site by dropping that incendiary. Looking to reposition towards coffins and is successful at isolating Arvid as he does so. Still a man advantage for Hymo. Scrimo tries to Scrimo tries to take down Spargo, spamming the smoke, but doesn't realise that Jape had already crossed in towards pool. Viperio should just tuck away and save now. Save this M4, save this MP9. It's not much, but it increases their odds in the next few rounds. In fact, due to the fact that Vipero's loss bonus hadn't been built up at all, they desperately needed that save. Still be able to invest 4 M4s and that one saved MP9. Counter util deployed by Vipero. A well-timed smoke and Molotov. Retake util, in fact, towards the top of Banana. Pushes Jaime all the way back. Now, with that information, the top Banana is clear. Vipero don't have to play so committed over here on A. Means that they can time their utility well. Smoke towards apps. Very well timed. Some HEs in towards middle. Reaction to that long smoke. Shine shifts over to give some support to Scrimmo. Flash sets up Upi to get that kill. Shine trades Upi on such low HP. I don't know why he's spamming that smoke. He's already got one kill. He's on 10 HP. There's no point spamming. He's just inviting himself to fall. Speaking of spamming through the smoke, Zodi will get Jape. Man advantage. Zodi pushes through the edge of the smoke in towards Pool. And even finds a second. Spargo now on the lurk. Catches switcher rotating. Little do you know, that's actually the A anchor. That's the last player to rotate towards A. A is open, but there's not enough time. Not enough time to get this bomb on towards the site. They have to force their way in. Shine. Messy spray will fall to Spargo, but Dez takes down Wellho into the 1 versus 1. 6 seconds left. There's not enough time. Unless he can find Zodi here. Unless he clears him, but he won't. Zodi will collect the kill. Vipero will get their 7th. Only one player surviving. It's not great for the economy. They will still be able to squeeze out a bye, but as will Hymo. Hymo going much faster in towards second mid here. Only Arvid left to make presence to deny information on Banana. Well-timed smoke towards the top of mid. Hymo were looking to go for a bit of a contact play there. Shine was the lone defender with an MP9. Smoke. Not a moment too soon. Not a moment too late, should I say. Hymo slowed down the round. There's flashed in towards Banana and lands the dink on towards Arvid and finishes him off with a HE. That's a big kill. That's a lot of information. Smoke comes in towards Apps, but it's a little bit too late. It's a full pop. Wellho taking point with a Tech 9. Not good for one. Switcher runs out of bullets, has to swap to the USP, but he's bought time and space for Scrimmo to collect a second. Spargo left in the 1 versus 4. Will eventually deal with the site player. The rest of the rotators locked out of the site, but Spargo still has to try and collect this bomb. That buys time for Vipero to set up their retake to discuss how they want to approach attacking Spargo. Molly meant to go on towards the site, but it misses. It hits one of the support beams underneath the balcony. A fast sprint in towards short. They're taking point, taking contact, and Spargo, yes, he'll get one, but Shine does a good job of drawing his crosshair away, making him take time on that fight. Trade can come through. Vipero now on an 8th. primed to tie this scoreline up with Hymo onto just pistols. Couple Tech 9s, couple Deagles, and a P250. Arvid with a couple of grenades, a molly, and a smoke. We'll see where he chooses to use those. Ooh, Jape is disconnected from the server. But damage has been done. Arvid is on 3 points of health. Means that the round can't be reset. No one had taken any damage, it would have been fine. But that single HE is enough to prevent that. Molly used from Arvid to clear out sandbags. UP with a Deagle. Looking to see what he can find in middle. Or banana, sorry. Spargo searching. I'm not sure if he was spotted by the way a smoke comes to block him. Switcher just jiggling short. Molly in hand. I think he might have spotted an arm or a leg. Flash comes in towards long, but Shine overwhelmed. They've closed the distance well ho with the Tech 9. Scrimmo now tucks in towards the site, but overwhelmed. A good wide swing, and Switcher the same. The trades come through for Hymo. 2 versus 2. The site hold crumbles for Viperio, and now Hymo can pick up a couple weapons. An M4 on UP in the mini pit. Spargo, I'm not sure if he was able to find one. Viperio looked to retake coming in from short. Spargo gives away his location. Mollying towards the big pit. Flash blinds Upi. They deal with Spargo, who fails to establish a crossfire. Upi's good for one, but a messy spray. Can't get the second. Zodi does have a kit, and we'll get the defuse. Spargo not playing that angle efficiently. Not sure why he went on top of the Vino box. To put it simple, for those who can't figure out what went wrong there for Hymo in that 2 versus 2, Spargo's position meant that he was taking a fight before Upi. It meant that Viperio could walk up to short, kill Spargo, take a fight on Spargo at the very least, long before Upi could see them. If Spargo had gone on top of the Nifty box, the box which is tucked just in front of Dark, he could have had a crossfire with UP and Mini Pit. They would have blended them. Bit of a misplay there. UP blocks the flash. That's a sound cue. He spotted the barrel. Spots the barrel of Shine, but Switcher jiggling. That's perfect. A perfect bait. Switcher drops an incendiary, but Wellho will find the trade. In fact, he finds it twofold. Shine unable to retreat, unable to escape. Despite the incendiary. Scrimmo now pushing into Apps, and he's found the bomb. He's found Arvid, found the bomb carrier, goes for the wide swing, even catches Spargo, perhaps heard the scope. Let's put it back now into Viperio's favour, a man advantage. He's looking to reposition towards Boiler, but doesn't anticipate Jape. The amount of noise made by Wellho in towards short. Bomb has been retrieved into the 2-on-2. Smoke replenished towards Moto. This time they go for a double pit setup. They've crossed before Viperio got towards short, so they weren't spotted either. The mollying towards pit might break apart this setup, but not if Wellho lands a shot like that. A beautiful quad kill from him. More than doubles his kill count. He was on 3 kills beforehand. But finally he activates. Finally. It comes alive and gets Hymo their 10th. Gets them onto double digits. We see Viperio taking another tactical pause. Tactical pause much needed because this investment is not good. Perhaps discussing whether they should eco or force. Chosen to go for that force bite. 457s. 1 MP9. Kevlar. Handful of grenades. At least they have 5 smokes. So far, Hymo have not necessarily been abusing A, but that's where they've been finding their success. I won't be surprised if they set their sights on the same site. Bit of util thrown from Arvid to clear out top banana. It's methodical. In the meantime, I might apply some pressure towards middle, but they don't commit behind the smoke. Smoke deployed by Dez, but there's a massive gap in that smoke. Scrimmo is able to take down Arvid. They should realise that Scrimmo is an A player. Switcher, hiding in the new cubby. Finds 2 with the 5-7. That puts it in a man advantage for Viperio. 3 versus 2. Hymo still have the weaponry. And they have the sight as Jape gets this bomb planted. A quick rotation from Viperio. They're in a great position. And walking through mid, they can pick up these AKs. Suddenly this is their round. And Scrimmo coming in through apps as well. They've got now 2 points of attack. 2 angles Chime have to concern themselves with. Third if you include long. They're just holding the crossing towards sight. Catches Shine. Back turned. Surdy will trade, and now Scrimmo has to accelerate. No time on the board, and Wellho again a solid hold in towards pit. Another triple kill to bail Hymo out, looking to try and take us to that third map. Viperio a full eco, 4 USPs, 157. It's a stack in towards apps. 1 boiler, 3 long haul. Made that 2 boiler now. Be a big mistake for Hymo to walk in towards apps against pistols. Regardless of the stack. It's a portion of the map where just a simple 5-7 can shut you down. Because of how close cornered it is. Bodhi does catch 1 player on the side of the head. A messy spray from Upi. Now a reaction is forced from the Viperio players, and Wellho, another double kill from him. Holding strong. 2 versus 1. Shine. Try and isolate these players. Spots the head of Wellho, but Wellho's too quick. Another triple kill from him again. Wellho is actually dragging Viperio, or dragging Hymo, sorry, through this game, through this map. He was on 3 kills only, what, 3 or 4 rounds ago? He was on 3 kills. He's now up to 12. He found the hero quad kill with 2 openings and 2 closings. Then he found a hero triple kill in the 2 versus 3, albeit against a force buy. And there he's found another triple kill, holding against the Antico rush. Again, Hymo set their sights towards A. Arvid falls towards B. This molly, well timed to block. Should split them apart, keeps them distracted, but Shine's only good for 1. A messy spray. Hymo again come out on top in Switcher. So focused on the player sprinting up short. Doesn't anticipate Wellho to have just creeped in towards apps. Again, this A-site defense falls. And now it's a 2 versus 3. This is map point for Hymo. They're ready to convert, ready to take us to a third. Ready to steal this map away. Dez and Zodi, don't know if they have it in them. Dez hasn't been in the hottest form, especially on this map. 6 and 15. Molly in towards pit. There's 3 players now anticipating Vipera. Every single time they've retaken this A-bomb site, it's always been through short. Multiple players coming through. Dez has now found the double kill, but there's simply not enough time. Wellho just tucked. And again, it's another double kill from Wellho. What a recovery from that man right there. From going 2 kills at half-time to finishing on 15. That's 12 kills in that half. Most of them off of the back of the last 4 or 5 rounds there. Massive impact from that Finn. And we will be going to a third map of Ancient. That'll be up after a quick 11-minute break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to United21 Season 22. We've got one final map of this best of 3 series to see who will be topping Group C, who will be making it through to the playoffs in that top spot, that top seed. Viperio versus Hymo. Both teams have traded map picks. Hymo looked pretty weak on their T side on Anubis, which is surprising considering it was their pick. They had very little to go off, and Viperio walked over them in the second half. Whereas we moved over to Inferno, it was a bit more of an even ground, but plenty of mistakes from either side left them open to being punished. The amount of times where Viperio had a round on the tips of their fingers and then suddenly it slipped away simply because of one overlooked mistake, whether it be the bomb left in T spawn or the fact that when it was carried over towards B they weren't aware that they were making so much noise, or on top of that Wellho as well, who finished the first half with only 2 kills but ended the map on 15 in that second half. Wellho found so much impact for Hymo on that T side. Now we'll see if he'll be able to keep that up here on Ancient, the decider between these two teams. Again, the winner goes through to the playoffs. The loser stays in groups and will go through or go down to that decider match, which will be played later on in the week. But yeah, hopefully we'll see both teams come in with full force. We've got individuals on either side who do have that potential that they can reach, but we're not quite seeing it. At least not to the consistency that we'd hope. We've seen glimmers of it with the Switcher 3K, with some Shine AWP picks, and the same on Hymer side. We've seen Upi have some really impactful mid-rounds, the same with Wellho, and Arvid some great holds round to round, but there's also plenty of mistakes creeping in from these exact same players. I'm going to be starting with this pistol here, and it's slow from Viperio. A creep, a crawl in towards A main. Silently slinking their way towards the site. Smoke deployed towards CT, but Spargo gets himself in a forward angle, spots the shadows out, ready to let these Julies rip. The flashes come through for Viperio, but they don't commit. Instead, they've spent so long trying to get out of A main, they bought space and time for Hymo to rotate, and even when they do finally make their way out the site, Spargo has found 2, and now there's just a firing squad established, and Des only able to find 1. A fumble of around there from Viperio. I understood that the slow crawl, the shift in towards A main, the smoke ready to pop, but as soon as they took contact, nobody committed. They sat jiggling in towards A main, and Spargo was able to have the freedom to mow down 2. And by the time eventually that they take him down, eventually they then move their way in towards the site, there's already the full Hymo roster there rotated in. If they'd fully committed, hunted down Spargo, gotten aggressive with conviction, maybe would have seen it. But now, no money for Viperio. Instead, they're going to attempt to do the El Clasico. Rush A, I'll take bomb B. The full rush. Jay taking point. He's good for 1. Baited out half a rotation, but I think Arvid might have spotted the bomb. Yeah, there you go. No bomb planted. Shine dealt with, just 1 single kill on towards Jape. It's only an MP9 lost, I believe. Arvid. Great presence of mind to catch that bomb shifting its way through the B doors. Tactical pause now for Hymo. Very early on, so into the first gun round. Bit of a bonus as well, considering there's 2 MP9s still in play for Hymo. That's a very aggressive for Hymo. 3 players in towards mid, fighting, maintain control, but Jape is caught with utility in hand, and instead all 3 players decimated in towards mid, and the aggression coming out of Cave also fails. Spargo left in a 1 versus 4. Location revealed as he dispatches of Scrimo, but Zodi can fall away, drop an incendiary in towards the heavens, and Zodi will deal with him. A fumble of around there from Hymo. 3 players in middle, and they're caught with Util out. Nice little pop there from Viperio. Hymo, this is a strange buy. Arvid's forced up with 1 M4. Wellho has managed to afford another one with a little bit left over. They're still going for a stack over here towards B as well. And they're boosting up both M4s, I believe, towards long and short. DP jiggles on the pillar. Simple take for Viperio, methodically clearing out cave. Now they slow it down, they freeze, they wait for a reaction to see if Hymo decide to make a move. Smoke towards short. Arvid boosted over the top of it with the M4. I'm not sure whether he's got vision or not. Re-smoke. At Spargo's feet. The boost on long pays off. Wellho, good for 1. The flash is good to blind. Allows Zodi to cross. Deals with UP. They can now close the distance coming up the slope. Another boost to see if they can find the bomb planter, but no. Shine is tucked behind cover. Nice simple round there from Viperio. Spargo, I did love the attempt. Using 2 boosts to get elevated angles, off angles as well, with the M4s. Over the rounded corners of that back square. Managed to find 2 kills for it, and on top of that they've been able to save these 2 M4s. Wellho and Arvid, the 2 who actually invested. Should be able to keep them in their arsenal for the next round. Which they'll be able to buy as well. Jape and Spargo can buy themselves. Wellho can drop over an M4 to Upi. Yeah, it's a decent attempt. Now overcommitting the M4s either. That's going to be a 2-1-2 setup for Hymo. Looking perhaps for retaking towards mid, but this is aggressive for Viperio. Fast steps in towards A main with 2 players in donut. They've heard the noise, and Spargo activates good for 1 with the AWP. Smoke will now block them off. That's one, and Wellho pushes through towards default. He falls. Arvid, a team kill on the HE. Into the 3-on-3. Arvid next up on the plate, pushing through the CT smoke. Fast flank coming in from Upi as well. Bomb still not planted. Post plant's not established. I like this from Viperio. You've realised that your position is compromised. It's so hard to get a bomb plant, so you could be proactive. You push into his temple, but Spargo, he's read this. Sat holding for this push. Shadow spotted. We'll find Scrimo. Viperio realised they can't exactly trade easily into this point, and Upi overextends. Gives up a free kill. A trade, an equaliser. To the 2-on-2. Full reposition from Spargo coming in now through the donut. There's nowhere which Viperio can plant safely. Little do they know, they do actually have a safe exit now that Upi has died. Flash will reconfirm their location. They're still paranoid about Spargo being in towards CT. Bomb faked. Arvid goes for the peek and he's baited in. Shine will then stick the bomb the second time. Will secure that plant. Spargo reveals his location, removing the planter. Zodi still silently hiding behind this big box, just waiting for Spargo to move. Will spot the barrel. Zodi reveals his location. Jumpy on that trigger. Spargo just etches round the side. A good wide swing from Zodi, and eventually he will win it. He could tell the nerves creeping in for Zodi there. As soon as he spotted the barrel, jumped the gun. Vipera have successfully managed to break the economy of Hymo. Nice spam from Zodi, catches Arvid. Tucked in the corner. Another HE UP softened up. Switcher holds the off angle, ready for the push. Slow for Vipera. They just sat back waiting. They've already got the opening kill with that wall bang. They're sat knowing that they have the time to spend to wait for Hymo. Hymo don't have any counter utility, so even if Vipera go for a last second execute, they won't be forcing their way through smokes, won't be forcing their way through molotovs, won't be locked out. They can sit and wait for Hymo to sweat, to overextend, to give them the fights. Target jiggling top of the slope, wide swing, anticipated by Zodi. It's just Upi, 1 versus 5. Locked out behind these smokes. Concerned about the possibility of a red room flank. Seeing if he can isolate, hoping that maybe Switcher got curious and pushed his way through. I know Switcher's playing very diligently, not overextending. He will save his Kevlar, save his Deagle. Kevlar will at least be worth something. Just considering how much he'd bought, that Kevlar is very useful. It allows him to get full utility. Without it, he would be missing the odd grenade. It's aggression for Hymo now with this spy round. They're flashed in through towards cave. Aggression, Upi rewarded. Jape now comes in through the slope. Man advantage for Hymo. The split on towards the lane is successful. Not only that, they've secured the bomb. Very deep smoking towards the doors from Jape. Should still do the trick. Re-smoke from Arvid by Pyro in a sticky spot. Man down, Shine, low HP, no bomb in their control. Wellho considered aggressing through A main there, but thought better of it. managed to retake the bomb, but it's simply not enough time. Vipero chose to wait out all those smokes, and they've gone for a save. What a strange round. There seems to be very little initiative taken from this Vipero side. At least not on a team-wide scale. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these players rely heavily on Zodi to make the calls, to make the plays. Otherwise, if they make a play, it's often done solo. Without backup, without support. Go Shine, peek of the AWP over towards Long, but straight in towards Spargo's crosshair. He's ready, waiting for it. Another opening pick for Hymo. Flashing towards mid, but Wellho, a fluffed spray. An equalising frag. Molotov's trade is now again the CT Molotov doesn't last as long. They'll have the advantage here. Tease their molly fades. The incendiary would have already faded. Counter flashes come through, but Vipero strong anti-flash setup. Scrimmer holding the pixel angle, not blinded. Have to be a very precise flash to blind him. Hymo now, as man disadvantage, they fall back, retake B. Spargo hoping that he can at least find a kill or two as they come up the slope, but that smoke will blind him. Forces him to reposition. Tries to line up the bomb plant. But planted safely behind the pillar. Should be another save from Hymo unless they get another kill very quickly. And they do. Switcher falls. Dest is low. His step surely heard. Yeah, isolated him. I'm not sure what Dest is doing there. Out in the middle of nowhere. Making noise, not in a tradable position. Molly deployed on towards the bomb. Scrimo tries to get the multi-frag, but it's a quick trade from Spargo. Zodi left in the 1 versus 2. The Molly delaying the defuse. Making his way up the slope now. And Spargo sticking it will successfully defuse the bomb. What a retake there from Hymo. Vipero, another fumble. We're seeing this constantly. From either side, Vipero, they work hard at getting this advantage back in their favour. They lose the opening pick. There's the equalises. They work cave control perfectly. They have a nice anti-flash setup. It's nice, methodical, slow. They then successfully take the site, take the time to smoke off the extremities. They play for cave and slope control. But then the player on the bomb mollied out. Perhaps didn't need to wide swing on towards short. Could have fell back and fought long. Des making so much noise on the site, so unnecessary. Five versus 5, 4 to 4. Vipero successfully take mid. Des another opening kill. Again onto Wellho, this time through the smoke of Red Room. Reaction from Arvid creeps down the slope behind this extended door smoke. Smoke fades, looking to catch Switcher off guard on the transition, but he spotted them. That information can be passed across. Des just about able to hide inside the Red Room behind this Molotov. There's a compromise set up here for Hymo. Vipero have quickly reacted and taken cave. Smoke towards short, flash on towards the site. The reaction pushed down the slope and Upi mows down 2. Vipero failed to trade on Upi. On Upi and Arvid are holding down this site back to back. Des left trying to cut off the rotations. Does eventually take down Spargo, but 36 seconds, doesn't have the bomb, and Upi and Arvid pretty much full health. Dangerous duo. Reload gives away his location. Have to go for a wide swing top of the slope. Oopie holds the off angle with Arvid. And Jaime take the lead. Not only are Jaime in the lead, but they also have control of the economy as Viperio down onto a half buy. Tech 9s, a Mac 10, backed by some Kevlar and some grenades. Viperio take a lot of damage sprinting to the flames. Try and fight into the cave. Arvid manages to get the smoke down in time, but he will be fought through it. An advantage maintained, though. 3 versus 4, but a quick rotation coming in from Jape. Viperio fighting towards long. Desd able to pick up an AK. 2 rifles, a decent situation for Viperio as the bomb is already planted. They need to establish a strong post plan, but it's going to be difficult with Jaime coming in on the ramp quickly here. Good shot from Jape. Or from Switcher onto Jape. Wellho not in a position to trade. Oh, and a beautiful shot from Desd. Spargo now comes into cave late. They've pieced together the puzzle. There's been no reaction from CT, and Switcher will get a triple kill. It looked sketchy there from Viperio, but a Jaime fail in the retake. The trading just wasn't there. The whole purpose of that retake, the whole purpose of that setup, was that you had Jape and Wellho going together on the slope. So that if Jape dies, Wellho's there to trade. But Wellho doesn't trade. The spacing wasn't there. Jape a little bit too far ahead of Wellho. Wellho a little bit too far behind. Whichever way you put it, they didn't communicate together, work together to make sure they had good spacing. To guarantee an effective trade. Instead, it's 2 separate 1v1s. And now Jaime with the ones in back foot, economically speaking. Viperio in control of the economy, but Desd only good for 1. Fortunately, Switcher comes in to bail him out in the heavens. Arvid pushes through the smoke. It's OP 1 versus 4. OP will be dealt with. One final round here in the first half. The investment comes through for Jaime. Spargo does have that sniper in play. Wellho down to an MP9. Early incendiaries in towards the middle. Those incendiaries fade quick. Shine holds for Spargo's aggression and wins the first fight, but Oopie with the rifle is there to trade. Falls back, retrieving that AWP. Wellho spots the shoulder, but the MP9 not the weapon for the job. Goes down 2, and that puts Oopie in a very difficult spot. He's still tucked in towards A main. The wide swing comes through. He's good for 1 kill before falling back to the next angle. He's being hunted down, and Scrimmer will catch him in the back. Man advantage now for Viperio as they secure this A site. Jape, next up on rotation, gives away his location, trying to fire at the players in towards A main, and therefore Scrimmer could turn and convert the kill. Arvid, 1 versus 3. Knocked out behind the smoke. Rotation being allowed. He's made steps. They can plant safely. Viperio fully focused behind this smoke. Ready to swing. Scrimmer's contact. Beautiful shot, and there comes a double swing. Viperio secure a 7th. 2-round lead. But again, it's fundamental mistakes across the board on both teams which cost them rounds. Essentially give those rounds over to their opponents. Final pistol rounds of this best of 3. Arvid with the smoke and a flash. Spargo at P250 taking contact in towards middle. Fires off a single shot. Moves to the next angle. Another shot fired. Hoping to see if one of these shots will land on a head. Be an insta-kill. Switcher with the Julies lets them rip. And a headshot on towards Spargo. He's dealt with. That's information passed over to Viperio. Man advantage as well. That smoke should give the game away. Bomb planted for Jaime. They guarantee that extra cash injection. Viperio set themselves up for a 4-man retake. And towards CT with Switcher coming in late through cave. Hoopy just firing down range. Manages to land 2 shots and 2 kills. Switcher now comes in from behind and activates. Good for 1. Now using his distraction, they should try and accelerate on towards the side, but Arvid holds his own. Again, it's Arvid and Upi digging deep, finding the multi-frags to bail Hymo out. Viperio now on a full eco. They stack mid, ready to pop. The flash not deep enough. The MAC-10s will mop up the USPs, leaving Switcher. 1v5. Won't even be able to find a consolation kill. It'll be all 5 kills for Jaime on the MAC-10s, farming. Plenty of cash. First gun round of the second half. Hymo still with MAC-10s in hand. Viperio, it's a weak buy. Fama still on Zodi. One limited utility they started with already dwindled relatively quickly. Just 2 smokes and 1 incendiary left with 1:15 on the clock. Double flash in towards Donut, pushes Switcher off, allows Spargo and Wellho to cross in towards the red room, at least one of them. Zodi with the Famous. Hold his own in towards cave. Arvid. See if he can trade some damage, but Zodi, a quick headshot. Player looking very comfortable with that weapon. Meantime, after losing Donut control, Switcher and Dez have taken A main, but Switcher at that range fails against the MAC-10, and a good spray from Spargo deals with Dest as well. Fortunately, Zodi is dragging this team kicking and screaming with nothing but a Famous. Grade to the AK. A 3 versus 2 retake. I have to be concerned about where Wellho could be hiding. In towards Temple. The flash comes through. Barrel spotted. Shine takes him down. Even Spargo 1 versus 3. Bomb ticking, there is no kit. So Viperio do need to get a move on. And there you go. Good flash from Zodi. He'll collect a quad kill. The defuse will be stuck. But it's all on Zodi. I mean, that A-side defense completely crumbled. A single flash pushed Switcher off Donut. Their reaction to take A main. Sure, that's fine. But then what? Once they clear A main, Switcher is caught out in the open on A, still not playing with his teammate. What is the plan once you've got A main? Are you planning to hold A main? Are you giving up A main? Are you happy with just having the information that A main is clear? Are you going to continue to push? What's the decision? It seems like they made that reaction off of Donut being lost, but then they met a dead end in their thought process. Like, Switcher started shifting back towards the site. Dez was caught between a rock and a hard place. As soon as Switcher falls, Dez is like, oh, now what do I do? Do I continue to push? Do I fall back? Very timid. Indecisive. I'm still able to invest, considering last round was a bonus buy for them. Initial trade of util again. Viperio emptied their utility belts very quickly. Well, time to smoke to stop the Jape lurk. He's not going to be deterred from making presence. Minute on the clock. Now Hymo start to move into map control. Not being contested for lane. They start to work in towards mid and cave. Still a 3-man stack towards B. Flash comes through towards Donut. Best reacts, dropping the smoke. Plays to block. Keep Hymo at bay. Now, the thing is with this smoke, it means that no longer do Viperio have information that cross towards CT, so their reaction on B is now that CT is compromised, push towards this lane. Take the fights on their terms, and they're successful. Shine with 2, Zodi with 1. Hymo caught off guard. Wello and Spargo not in a position to react to find these trade kills. A lovely proactive play there from Viperio. Hymo entering this round with a force bite. Weak weaponry. Galil's Tech 9 still an open. Spargo. It's scrappy fighting towards middle. They lose that opening pick. Using that as a distraction though, they barrel out towards A. But then what? Jape caught, stuck behind the big box. Spargo unable to trade, unable to provide cover fire for him. He goes down with a 1-for-1. Arvid and Upi. So he holds down the B doors. Harvard in the 1 versus 3. Manages to defeat Switcher in the off angle. Down to 4 HP, 24 seconds for him to try and make his way to one of these sites, but there's a multitude of hiding spots which he simply doesn't have the time to clear. Zodi will find the timing to peek towards CT, catch him in the side, Viperio up on towards 10. Full eco now for Hymo. They're allowing Vipero to close this distance. Jape, though, will find a Deagle headshot. Catches Desd off guard. Today really isn't Desd's day. A plethora of mistakes costing him his life. And that pulls Switcher away in towards Donut at the right time for Hymo to activate towards A main. And Switcher caught out in transition. Domed. Two-man advantage and also the M4 recovered. Shine looking to retake in through Temple. Screamo will go for the wide swing and is successful. Blinded by a team flash will delay them, but Screamo, big wide swing, the bomb ticking. There's only 2 kits in play, 13 seconds left. There's a smoke that they can get on the bomb. These Deagles aren't the weapons to spam the defuse. Screamo sticking it, but he gets off of it. Oh, I'm not sure if he's got on there in time. Only just to Vipero recover on that retake. The fact that it gets that close, though, how are Vipero allowing that? How is Dead getting caught off guard by a single Deagle in middle? How is Switcher then forced to reposition, getting caught off guard by players walking out A main? I've seen too many times across this best of 3 where, yes, Switcher is sometimes forced into these difficult situations, but where his reaction is indecision. Decide, okay, are you playing for Donut or are you playing for A? If he's rotated towards Donut, don't turn around to fight A main. You're now no longer in a good position. Focus on securing Donut control on that post plan. Either way, we enter round number 19. It's aggressive in towards mid. This time it's Switcher solo. Why are Vipero fighting with only 1 player at the bottom of middle? You got 1 player in Donut, 1 player in Red Room. Where's the support? Where's the cohesion? Now Desd gets proactive. Around the edge of the smoke, will find Wellho. An equalising frag, he'll fall all the way back through the slope, but that step's heard. They hear him retreating, so Hymo set themselves up ready to retake the lane. Good reactive molly, Screamo. Hold strong against Jape. We'll catch that lurk play. Giving Hymo a pack of 3. Locked out beneath this sloped smoke. But the HE from Dez will finish off 2 that Zodi and Screamo started. The trades do come through, but it's only Upi, low on health. Faking the bomb tap, Screamo, panic spray. Does he anticipate Upi to be here so soon? He does. Vipero up onto map match and series point. The thing is, Vipero, they're making mistake after mistake after mistake, but Hymo just can't convert. They don't have the coordination, they don't have the quick team play, and it doesn't seem like they have the structure or the playbook either. It's a fast fighting towards middle. This time, Switcher playing a little bit more passively. In fact, he's the one with the HE in towards Red Room. It's Dez playing more passively in towards jungle, rather than fighting at the bottom of mid. Tries to escape and is good for 1, maintains that man advantage. Better than sticking around and getting none. Getting a 3 versus 4. OP, beautiful shot. Catches Screamo overextending, but Shine is there to hold down the ground. Flashed off. Shine anticipates the play in towards short. Unscopes and Arvid catches the wide swing. 2 versus 2. Zodi. Still in the cave, but I think the barrel spotted. Zodi doesn't clear out Arvid. Little did he know if he just took 1 step to the right, he would have found Arvid that entire time, but he took too long and Arvid spotted him. Giving Switcher in a 1 versus 2, and there comes the trade. Hymo successfully battled back from man advantage. Too many solo fights given for Vipero. Far too many. They got a 4 versus 3. Screamo, wide swinging slope. I don't know why. Shine then stuck behind the site. Nobody came in to support. It's a difficult spot for him to be in all fairness, but he sat pivoting between two angles. Then Zodi tries to activate in the 2 versus 2 after Shine has died. But there's no conviction. He sat staring, looking for the bomb plant. Like, you can't see it from there. You have to escape. Have to leave the cave to spot the bomb plant. Again, it's another weak buy for Hymo, though, with only one player surviving. Still a Mac 10, still a Galil, still weak util. Switcher holds his own, ready for that wide swing from Wellho. This time he won't be abused. This is a thing for Hymo. They don't have these set pieces to fall back on. We've seen this in every single T side across all 3 maps. They're barely running any set plays. It's all default heavy. It's all contact plays. It's very puggy. There's at least some sort of coordination, some sort of team play here. Grouping up with 4 players. A bit of a boost in towards middle to see if they can get an elevated pick in towards red room. No one there on the receiving end. Start to aggress their way in towards cave, but a good reaction from here from Dest. Towards Donut, sorry. Is to just swap places in the smoke. He knows that if he stuck around there, he was dead. So he tries to play his life, maintain that man advantage. Spargo with the AWP will find Zodi. Creeping in through that Donut smoke. 4 versus 4. Bomb already ticking. Viperio don't have the utility, nor do they have a kit to go for this retake, so they're just going to go for a 4-man save. I think that's fair. They only need 1 round, so why try and throw... Again, going back to the odds, I mentioned this on, I think it was Inferno. Why throw away your weapons, your investment, your guns, your Kevlar, your funds? Why throw them away going for a 4 versus 4 retake where you have probably, what, a 35% chance of winning the round? When if you save them, you'll have, what, a 50% chance in the next. Especially considering they didn't have the utility, didn't have a kit. Probably make that retake even less likely. Maybe more like a 25% chance. But by saving, they choose to have a greater chance in this next round. There would have been eco otherwise. So rather than having an increase... Or they sacrificed that 25% to give them an increase of about 30 or 40% in this round. I'm not sure what that off angle was there from Spargo. Holding the left-hand side of A main, but neglects the right. He falls for free. In the meantime, a pick in towards middle. Dares to call again, this time in towards red room. Shine. Picking up the AWP, tried to go for a peek, but OP. Too quick. Too clean. This is the style of play that Hymo love. When it gets scrappy, when it gets messy, when they can just lurk around, when there's little cohesion. Don't have to rely on these set plays. Zodi now creeping in to try and catch the bomb planter. And will win the fight versus Wellho. He looks to hold down the rotation and does so. Zodi now in a 1 versus 2. A nice flash coming in over. Harvard peeks before it regardless and finds the headshot. Hymo now up to 10. They're closing this distance. In all fairness, that was an eco around the saved M4s from Viperio. Now this is the investment, but again, they got no kit. Honestly, what they need is a little bit more cohesion towards mid. If they're going to fight for mid control, fight together as a team with multiple players. At the moment, that's where Hymo are targeting. They wait for the initial util to fade, then walk into mid control for free. Red room or donut gets smoked, and then Viperio blinded in towards mid. More often than not, they're somehow finding a pick in the process as well on mid. There comes the smoke in towards Red Room. Blinds Dest. Drops the HE to search for information, but doesn't see anyone. That information isn't concrete because someone could very easily have walked out after the smoke or found a way into cover, not been spotted. As far as he is concerned, there isn't a heavy presence. Vipero are compromising, leaving Red Room completely open, leaving that CT rotation. Upi will step in towards Cave. There's a two-man spray, two-man firing squad here in play. They've been taken down. Scrimmo walking through the smoke. Hymo have come out on top in the 2 versus 2 trade. But Dez shifts through the smoke. Velho trying to force that bomb plant before Jape was in place to give some support. And Jape now sprints in. Looking for aid and he will fall. Vipero will just about convert the map and convert the series 2-1. A 13-10 victory there on Ancient off the back of some impressive rounds primarily from Zodi. Head and shoulders is the IGL above the rest of his teammates. Again, there was a lot of mistakes showing from the Vipero side. There's constantly getting caught off guard in middle there. He wasn't having a great day, I'll be honest. I've seen better work from him before. But I think Hymo, they were equally shown just as many mistakes. I mean, that last round, for example, is a great example. The fact that Wellho rushes that plant. He's in a 1 versus 2 on the site. Jape is nowhere near. He has 15 seconds. He could wait at least a second for Jape to get in a position to cover, or wait for a player to make a mistake, or fake the plant at the very least. But either way, Hymo will not be going through to the playoffs just yet. Instead, it is Vipero. They're going to need to up their game if they want to make a deeper run. Hymo will go down to the decider match where they will face the winner of our next match. Adept versus Astralis Talent. That'll be coming back up after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Well, welcome back to United21 Season 22. We just had the winners match of Group C here, where we saw Viperio manage to edge out Hymo in a 2-1 series, guaranteeing themselves a spot in the playoffs. Now we're going to be moving on to the losers match, the elimination match. The loser of this game between these next two teams will be knocked out of the tournament in last place. The opponents are ADEPT versus Astralis Talent. Now, these two teams are a decent level of teams, right? You've got a young Danish talent squad with very, very young players who I think the majority of their players are under 18. They're a very young team. Versus ADEPT, who's a French squad who I'm not too familiar with. They sit just outside, in fact, they sit exactly at number 200th on the HLTV World Ranking. So they're not too familiar with many HLTV games. These names I haven't seen banging around much before. You can see the graphic there just on your screen. You can see the overall results of most of the other groups, but how we got to this stage is we had ADEPTS lost to Hymo in a 2-1 fashion. That was a very close back and forth series with a 13-10, a 13-11 loss for ADEPTS. Astralis Talent, they lost to a Viperio, who I've seen in wildly inconsistent form, should I say. The game that they just played against Hymo, that was very inconsistent for them. Some of their players were just not showing up, making lots of mistakes, but Hymo just weren't able to capitalise on those mistakes as effectively as you'd hope. We'll see if Astralis Talent, the style of play that I've seen them have is they've got, again, very inexperienced players, but there's definitely glimmers of high levels of experience, if that makes sense, coming from perhaps their coach, perhaps their support staff, perhaps their IGL of care. You can see that shining through in some of these younger players who are very clearly more inexperienced, but they have these sort of glimmers of where you can see the structure come through, their understanding of what their role is, what's required of them in certain situations can come through. So there's a lot of potential for development of this Astralis Talent squad, and we'll see who they will, what maps they're going to face on between these two teams as we get the veto on the screen in just a moment. I'd be quite interested to see what maps do come up, as I know that Astralis Talent do like a bit of Nuke, and as we can see, there we go, it is picked. We've got Anubis and Mirage band out, Nuke picked, Dust 2 picked, Ancient Vertigo band with an Inferno decider. Now, again, as I mentioned before, Astralis Talent, I was quite impressed with what I've seen from some of the younger players on Nuke and how they understand the rotations, how they understand the quick reactions on this map. Again, considering how young they are. Again, for me, ADEPT are quite an unknown quantity. I don't know what to expect coming in from this. Again, they are probably the lowest ranked team in this tournament right now. We're ranked at 200th. They again had a close game against Hymo, but Hymo, I personally don't rate Hymo very highly as an opposition. They've got some good individuals, some individuals that can take over rounds, but their fundamentals, they don't have a deep playbook. Their fundamentals are often lacking. So if ADEPT weren't even able to take Hymo out, then I think they might struggle against Astralis Talent. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 2-0, but Dust 2 is a map where, I said this before yesterday, that Dust 2 is a map where anything can happen. Just one player, all it takes is for one player to show up, to shine, and they can single-handedly take over the entire map. They can single-handedly outshine all 5 players on the opposing side and win the game. So the massive unknown quantity, which that could be a benefit or a drawback for ADEPTS picking Dust 2. But for now, we're on Nuke, a map where it's much more difficult for individuals to shine, and the overall strategy, the team play, comes out on top. And we'll see if Astralis can use that and can flex that over ADEPT. Kicking off the pistol round, will be a slow procession towards outside, with Kier and Croc taking point. Croc going to be sneaking in through the smoke, getting ready for a pop. On towards this A site. It's a good crossfire, a good blender. SBT and Hippo line up for 2, but then the quick trades come through with Croc on the double. Into the 2-on-2. Chiuk, hold strong towards Heaven. Croc going to drop down the vent, but he drops straight into towards Taki. Kier had slowly made his way down towards Secret. Wasn't aware that Taki had already dropped here, and Kier's running with the knife out. Manages to get his way up the vent. Actually, he's managed to slip the net. Chiuk has rotated all the way towards ramp. Kier somehow guaranteed a bomb plant. A quick reaction there from him in the mid-round. Taki knows that he can't exactly come up towards the vent here. Chiuk will try and group up, open that door. That way they can split on towards Kier if Kier is holding. And there you go. A double peek comes through. Well orchestrated 2 versus 1. Okay, kind of stuck. An awkward spot. The fuse will come through ADEPTS. Get the pistol round. A decent setup to enable them to get the first 2 with the crossfire. A quick flurry of frags from Astralis talent to get themselves 3, but the mid-rounding lost in the source. They don't anticipate Taki to be down on that lower site. Astralis talent with that bomb plant will be going for a force buy. It's Mac 10s, Tech 9s. Carpeting the top site with Molotovs. That's 3 Molotovs used, limiting the amount of positions which ADEPTS could be stood in, and therefore they're exposed to these flashbangs. A well-orchestrated pop. 2 quick opening kills from Suma and Sen. 2 of the younger players on this server. Now ADEPTS in a 3 versus 5. Something tells me that they won't be attempting this retake anytime soon, and Kier is already hunting with his Mac 10. The beauty of that set piece there from Astralis is the Molotovs that they used cleared out multiple different hiding spots that ADEPTS could be hiding in. They couldn't be hiding in Tetris, they couldn't be hiding on top hut, meaning the few places they could be hiding are more likely to be exposed to flashes. If they're stood in the open, they're exposed to flash. The only places where they couldn't be flashed were probably if they were tucked into empty vent or tucked into default. And if they were there, they'd get cleared because Astralis talent know that those are the few positions they can stand in. Beautiful little pop there. We do have a technical pause as Angie has dropped from the server. Hopefully he'll be able to join us back as soon as possible. Now with that save from those 3 weapons of ADEPT, I'll be able to go for an investment behind it. See the 2 Thamses, MP9, M4, 5.7. The danger on that CT side is never over. Because even if you win the CT pistol round, if you lose the conversion, if you don't get that second round, your economy is in tatters, you're in shambles. All it takes is for the T side to get the bomb planted. Then they can go and challenge with the force buy, as Astralis hadn't just did with Mac 10s, Tech 9s. Well orchestrated set piece. And you'd see the money broken for ADEPTS, but because they save, they're not down to just 1,500 per player instead. They've still got a couple weapons, couple rifles. And by all means, this is a decent buy for ADEPTS. It seems to be a similar repeat for Astralis talent, setting themselves up in towards lobby. No presence towards outside whatsoever, than one single lurk smoke to try and block info. It is going to be that pop, but it's down towards Vent. And Adept already have 2 players down on towards that lower site and 2 people holding the ramp. The lower site hold is successful. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but it's the same on ramp. 2 for 1. Man advantage for Adept. Astralis Talent read the round well. They identify that the top site is clear. And Angie is getting himself in a good lurk here to catch SBT off. He'll try and shift up in towards Heaven, but at that range, the M4 will hunt him down. Chucky will swap to the USP to do so. And Sen has to defend the site on his own. Successfully deals with the 1 versus 1. Has a molly to drop on the bomb. Time ticking. That's it. Unless Chucky can hunt Sen down, but the Flames would have actually stopped Sen from pivoting around the site. Never mind, there's no time. Well played by Sen, dropping that Molotov, delaying it in enough time. I think, to be fair, Chucky definitely could have just hunted Sen down. Because that Molotov was there, Sen couldn't just circle around the silos. He was stuck. Unless he ran in towards Hut or something. Now Adept have their bank broken. They are on just pistols. B215 at Eagle. Going to be stacking outside behind credit. Adept just waiting for one of these Astralis Talent players to overextend. They find the time to peek and they do catch Croc. That'll be a weapon that's picked up by Chucky. Kier can't escape here. He's stuck behind this blue box, overwhelmed. He won't even be good for 1. That's 2 free weapons for Adept. Reaction for Astralis Talent is to head their way down to the lower site. There's multiple corridors, multiple angles for them to try and thin the herd of these Adept players. Smoked off on Secret. I think they're going to be happy to just save these 2 AKs. Taki might see what he can find. With the Deagle. Will eventually finish off Angie. An extra kill, lots of economic damage done now to Astralis Talent. And the bomb is quite big. Adept are going for the last second kills here. They're trying to make sure that Suma and Sen lose all their rifles. That's some good damage from Adept. 4 kills, saving 2 rifles as well. A heavy reinvestment for Astralis Talent, considering they're up against a P215 at Eagle. You can see what it's done to the Astralis Talent economy. Yes, looking at their buy now, it's unscathed, but look at how much cash they have in reserve. Astralis Talent have won 3 rounds in a row. And they don't have enough money to buy next if they lose. Because they're still on 0 round loss bonus. Adept on the other side of things, they're going to have a healthy investment supplemented by these 2 AK-47s. A bit of a fake there from Astralis Talent. This is the sort of structure I'm talking about. They throw a topside pop, they fake a topside pop, but in the meantime there's 3 players shifting outside, ready to creep in towards Secret, and in doing so they find an opening pick, but at this point they are splitting up somewhat. Kier alone towards Secret, Croc alone towards Credit. Just Sen. Balance between the 2. Croc will be dispatched. SBT just tucks in. Kier now will hold for the rotation for Chuck, but Chuck, a good crouch peek, clears him out. Suma has somehow found his way deep in towards the ramp, and now Angie's caught off Taki and towards the top site. Astralis Talent this entire round has completely thrown Adept's rotations into whack. Man advantage for Astralis. They commit to the plant on the top site. Good jump spot there for Sen. Missed Molly. Would allow Hippo to be behind it, but he's going to turn around and save. Sumer, barrel spotted. I'll just tap Hippo down. Only one weapon to be saved for ADEPT. That will be echoing around this AK. A Hero M4 reinvested for Hippo. A couple pistols bought up to supplement. SBT seeing what he can find with the Deagle around credit, but mollied out twice. Sen blinded, spammed down. 2 points of health. Now Chucky activates, pushing through the side of the main smoke and will finish off Sen, but it's a quick trade from Ansg. Croc holds for Chuck's rotation. SBT, a beautiful shot. It's scrappy fights outside here into the 3-on-3. 2-for-2 trades. Charlotte's talent aren't in any position to panic. Suma still just holding T-spawn, waiting for any re-aggression. The rest of the players, Croc and Kier, they're sitting and holding, waiting to see if ADEPT try and recover any of the rifles dropped towards outside. Well, I say they. It's just Kier. Croc has made his way down towards the lower side, making a bit of presence. Suma looking to potentially retake lobby here. We'll be able to find Taki, back turn, perfect timing. Croc overextends. He's met with resistance by Hippo. SBT peeks a little bit late. Doesn't catch Suma on the side of the head, but instead he finds the timing to slink in towards Hut. They know it's a possibility that a player could have been hiding in Hut this whole time. That's why Kier planted safe. But a beautiful shot from SBT, the second Deagle kill off the round for him. They know that Suma was last spotted towards lobby. It's a full 10-second stick. Hippo is checking outside. Why is Hippo checking outside? Too deep in the source. Hippo paranoid that Suma had gone through Squeaky into main to flank because the bomb was planted for heaven. But for Suma to have the time to stop that defuse, he would have had to have left Kier on his own on the site and gone at a flank whilst Kier was still planting. On top of that, if Suma is flanking, he's not an immediate risk. The immediate risk is Hut. There's many positions that that player in Heaven, I think it was Hippo, could have done, or could have been sat in, where he could have covered Heaven and covered Hut. Could have just sat in the rafters, played the time. Now it's a full investment for ADEPT. Getting aggressive in towards the lobby. Sen. Wild spray, can't quite land the headshot, but Croc will. 1 for 1. 4 versus 4. Even numbers. Chucky with the AWP. Changes that as he finds Kier. Croc will shift his way around, but Shadow spotted. Both the 1 HP players. It's Chuck to come out on top. Now a 2-man advantage for ADEPT. Angie tucked in Africa with the bomb, just waiting on Suma's reaction. Suma making some presence down towards the lower site. Angie seeing if he can perhaps catch a rotation, or perhaps catch an empty site post-rotation. Oh, did he spot Hippo's shoulder? I think he did. He's going to rush that plant, get that down. Suma comes in with the kill instead. Angie tagged down low. 2 versus 3. Chucky locked out by this AWP. Double peek in towards Hut. The trade potential was there. Nuke going first on low health, but he still finds the headshot anyway. This time Suma is going on that heaven flank. But the thing is, the bomb's not actually planted for heaven. Question is, do they expect it? The bomb now ticking. Step made by Suma. Goes down. The bomb will be successfully defused. A second round now for Adept. Off the back of Knife's proactive play in towards ramp, they take contact, they take 1 kill for free. But rather than committing to that, they readjust, they reshuffle, they immediately get their way into hell before Astralis talent can react to that aggression. Because the reaction for Astralis talent when they see that push is like, okay, if there's a double push towards ramp, chances are the AWPer's there as well. If the AWPer's there, then there's no one holding towards heaven. Especially after Croc got that kill through the smoke. They're like, okay, let's try and abuse, take that map control, trade the map control. But Adepts, they were quick in rotation. As soon as they got the kill, they were already there to fight, and they successfully finish off the 2 players. There's a bit more pace now for Astralis talent. Kit over the top of main. SBT no doubt heard the step. Heard him land. Nice shot from Croc. Astralis talent get their forward positioning. They sit to hold the rotations, but Croc tries to strike after getting that kill. In doing so, he forces his way into the reactionary hold. As soon as he gets that kill, crosshairs are going to be on his location. So he walks straight into them, though. Man advantage for Adept. Astralis talent now try to contact their way out of Squeaky. Good spot from Suma, and a good trade from Sen. Now into the 2-on-2. Mollying towards heaven. Bomb will successfully be planted. Nuke towards the heaven. Chucky coming in through the lobby. Will deal with Sen. Low HP. Won't anticipate Angie's trade. Nuke now, reaction, can drop down towards the site knowing that Angie is here. HE drops on towards the site, but Nuke takes the fight ahead. Will be a successful defuse for Adept. That round win has broken the bank for Astralis talent. Steagles and a Tech 9. Now we saw them in a similar-esque buy, maybe the odd more Mac 10s and more utility go for a beautiful top site hit, but here they don't have the utility to facilitate any sort of set piece. It's going to be just wild Deagle kills is what they need. It's the only way that they can win this. There's the first, Kier. Nice shot onto SBT, especially at an elevated angle. Strafe round. From Kier. Spotted. Nuke, oh, beautiful, dancing around in hell. You can just Croc, 1 versus 4. They should know that he likes to play around here. Likes to work his way in towards garage. Now down to 11 points of health. Will be hunted down by Chucky. Adept closing the line here. The investment comes through on both sides. Again, Kier, top of main, this time with the AK. SBT, it's a passive hold outside. Using these HEs to allow him to break open these smokes to continually gain information. The second one did miss though. So it's possible that Astralis talent could get down without SBT knowing, but Nuke is down there. A 1-for-1 trade. That goes in the favour of the T's. Yes, Adept have that information. Astralis now have the numbers advantage in the 4-on-4. Adept having to split up their defence to cover the same amount of ground. Slow 4 versus 4. Adept have reacted down towards the lower side, but they're also taking extremities towards A, hunkering down in squeaky control. But that information is now known to Astralis talent. They made their way in towards heaven. A reactive smoke, a reactive molly deployed. Zuma can pass that information across. Bomb will be planted safely for heaven. Main now smoked. Angie searching. Do they know that Hippo is still at the backside? In fact, no, Hippo's been found, and Taki mollied out. A beautiful Molotov by Sent. Attacking SBT now in the 2 versus 4. They weren't in any position to react. Adept had fully positioned themselves to hold B, play retake towards A, but the 2 players playing retake have been dealt with before SBT and Chucky could get in position. SBT needs, or Chucky needs to get out of there. The bomb explosion radius is quite large. Yeah, and there you go. He'll go down. That's the AWP removed. I'm not sure what Chucky was thinking there. He's well within range to die at 100 HP. Of course he'll die there. The bomb explosion radius on Nuke is very big. Stick around just for 1 kill, costing him his AWP. We'll be able to get another one out here. But it's not cheap. Most expensive weapon on the server right now. Again, it's top site util. Plenty of mollies. Making it so uncomfortable. Hippo down to 33 points of health for reactive incendiary. Ascend finds the timing. Tanks the damage. Catches Hippo on low health. Taki overwhelmed on the site, but somehow manages to find 2 before going down. But it's still a 3-on-3. Bomb plant faked. Going to be shifting down the vent. Successfully not making noise until the door opens. The Adept were set up, primed and ready to retake this top site. As soon as that bomb was tapped again, or as soon as it was planted, they could react, they could pounce with the information of knowing where at least one of the 3 players are. But no, Astralis talent, they divert, they shift down the vent silently. The Molotov keeping them at bay, keeping Adept as well towards that top site. Now, not only do they have to retake this lower site, which is slightly harder to retake, but they've also got to set themselves up for it again. Such little time, Kier just dances around dark. The Astralis talent will collect a 7th. That's securing themselves a win at the half on their T side on the most CT-sided map in the pool. Adept. Now that Astralis talent have guaranteed victory at the half, they take a tactical pause for the final round of regulation. One more round, and the bye isn't good for Adept. 1 solitary M4. The only other rifle being a FAMAS. A couple MP9s and a Deagle. Now with this investment, they can't play slow, they can't play default, they can't play ranged angles either with no open play. They don't have the utility or the kits to play for retake. So they need to try and wipe out Astralis talent, or at least get an advantage in their favour with one simple quick move. The question is where, and the question is when. It seems like they're setting themselves up, 2 players sprinting down towards the lower site. It will be a 2-player push up towards Secret to try and challenge. To compensate, they have 2 towards ramp. It's full retake towards A. Some HEs. It's a bit of a distraction to spot anyone crossing, but Croc has already got down, already got towards Secret. Nuke and Chucky. Chalk and cheese, they fall. And Kier finds another double. Just leaving Hippo. If he takes one more step, Sen can execute him. There you go, barrel spotted. And he goes down. I love the attempt from Adept. They had to do something unorthodox with that buy. And that kind of play would be a decent counter, considering Astralis talent are loving to get a player in towards Secret to play with the rotations, whether it be Croc or Kier. One of them is almost always in Secret on their default rounds. But they did sprint, but there was nothing to delay. The delay from the outside player, the player in heaven, I'm not sure exactly who it was, who threw those HEs towards the wall of smokes, was a little bit delayed, a little bit too late. It's the point where Croc had already sprinted in towards Secret and mowed down 2. Such a difficult angle to trade as well. On top of the railings. Round number 13 will be the second pistol. As usual. Chucky on the T side will be buying a smoke and a Molotov. That's the util that Adept will be working with. Astralis talent got themselves some jewelries, a smoke and a flash. It looks like Adept's going to be charging their way in towards ramp. Sen going to be taking contact first on the edge of the ramp. A flash comes through. Beautiful counter flash. It's going to be a ramp stack. They'll mow down Adept, but the trades come through. Despite being mowed down, they fight back. 2 versus 2. The utility's still in play for Chucky. Julie's still in play for Croc. I like this. A little bit of presence. That's it. That's all that was needed. Drop the smoke down towards lower, the molly towards single. Blocks the information for the CTs, but also makes the presence debate out of rotation. The issue is they've not reacted. They've taken way too long, to the point where Suma, yes, of course he was in front of the molly, but Suma didn't hear any steps regardless. He takes so long that Croc has come back up the vent into a good position to spot. Now he's got confirmation, and a beautiful shot on towards Chucky, who's trying to defend the bomb diffuser, or bomb plant, sorry. Croc even mows down Taki. The idea was there for Adept. The execution, though, was horrendous. Like, you've thrown the smoke, you've thrown the molly, you've made the noise, but then you've sat quietly on the ramp, not moving. To the point where Astralis have said, oh, well, they've not moved yet. Go back up the vent. We'll continue in the setup we're in. Sure, obviously, you can add the context. Maybe they didn't know that Suma was in front of the molly. Suma could have got that information to see that it's clear. Even if Suma was behind that molly, he's not hearing any steps, and it's taken so long. At that point, any information is void because of how long it's taken. Now, Adept going to be going for event dive. The force buy, but they lose 2 players in the process. A good hold from Astralis. And Sen, a quick rotation down towards low. He's going to shift over to the rafters, see if he can deny this bomb plant. Tags Chucky, and yeah, instantly kills him. Bomb goes down, SBT. And Nuke have to try and find a plethora of kills here. And Nuke will find one, activating up Secret, but jumps around, reloading his gun, not expecting another player to be nearby to trade. SBT will quickly follow. Astralis talent up to double digits, up to 10. will be an eco for Adept. A HE stack. All 5 players buying HEs. The odd pistol as well. It's going to be a main nade stack. Doesn't land its mark. There's no player there to receive. Instead, it gives Astralis talent information, confirmation of the location of the Adept players at the start of the round. Though Astralis talent not going to react, not going to bite off of it. And she's just jiggling across the eye. Chuck spots the shoulder, fires off the AWP shot, or the deagle shot, but that's when Croc activates, and suddenly so does Kier coming in from main. And Gmo's down 2. The swings come through from Astralis talent, they mow them down, they mop them up. They got all the players sat ready to wait and peek in main off of the contact. For their Adept, that is. As soon as that contact is taken, as soon as that information is passed across, Astralis are the ones to spring their trap. Default 1-2-3 smokes for Adept. Let's see if they can pull a rotation. Astralis talent in a prime spot to aggress, reacting towards lobby. Close towards Squeaky. A good flash in towards main. Fully blinds Croc. He falls. Chook also finds Suma. Angie fading the smoke in towards Squeaky, but the reaction coming in through Hut is strong for Adept. Leaving Kier close, tucked in towards the Squeaky. Molly goes down the vent. If it landed in front, the Kier wouldn't be able to escape, but he can. Doesn't deny the bomb plant. Pivots around and even gets a second into the 1 versus 2. Still paranoid about someone coming in from lobby, but it's SBT coming late from main. Adept will find their 5th. Astralis talent still just 2 rounds away from winning their own map. Still able to go for a full investment. Plenty of grenades, M4s, AWP up on Angie as well. And she peering towards ramp, but there's 2 players. Does land the shot quickly, but Sen unable to trade, even though the shadow is spotted. Chook finds the headshot. 2 beautiful kills from the Frenchman. 1-man advantage for Adept. They secure this lower site. Starting to make their way in. There's flank coming in from SBT, but Kier going to be taking that fight early. No, SBT activates, so does Chucky. Suma now left, the 1 versus 4. Denies the plant, but the trade comes through quick. $11-6, money broken now for Astralis Adept. At least got the freedom, the space to take a couple more steps closer to Astralis talent scoreline. Gonna be fast. Another vent dive for Adept. USP is not the weapons to stop it. Adept will just run free. Unchecked. Unbothered. As they quickly mop up the loose T players, or the loose CT players, should I say. Round number 19, Astralis Talent will be able to get another buyout. Perhaps discussing how much exactly they want to invest. I'm not sure if Angie can afford an AWP. There we go, using a tactical pause. Astralis Talent making sure they don't get caught off guard by any of ADEPTS' plays. So far from what I can see on their T side, ADEPT have a nice few set pieces to gain them openers. They've got win conditions on each round. They're not just splitting up doing a simple default every single round. The last buy round is a ramp pop. They were set up with pathing, with spacing, with trades. The round before that, a nice A split set up. And one player flashed in towards main first. These are orchestrated rounds. Again, it's a 1-2-3 smokes outside. It's Hippo shifting his way in towards Africa. Smoking towards main. Going to garage, flashing towards main, but this time it doesn't blind Kier. Kier dodges it, he successfully holds. And that allows space and time for Suma and Kier to activate a crossfire on towards these players coming out of Hut. Trades do come through. In fact, Chucky doubles up. That's all. That's all he'll get. Astralis Talent managed to get their way onto map point. A bit of a rinse repeat for Adept, going for the same A site split. But the flash this time doesn't blind Kier in towards main. Croc this time aggressive. Towards outside, the back of red. Question is, do Adept anticipate this? And even if they do they clear it? But a beautiful flash from Angie sets Croc up for one. Gets the kill, 1-for-1 trade, but also the information. Okay, now slinks his way through the smoke, ready to flank. Catches Hippo off guard. Quick transfer onto SBT, a double kill. It's now onto Chu Kentaki. An awkward spot, a lovely off angle held by Sent. Will catch him off guard. Astralis Talent 13-7. A strong, very strong T side on their Nuke. Some nice set pieces, some nice lurks. The mid rounding did get a little bit flustered at times, but they secure it. Their CT side as well. They withstand the hold. They withstand the T side of Adept. An impressive win there on Nuke. And we'll be moving over to Adept's map pick of Dust 2 next after a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to United21 Season 22. In the middle of this elimination match, Astralis Talent versus Adept. Astralis Talent were head and shoulders above Adept on Nuke. They showed what they were made of, and let's see if Adept can do the same on their own map pick of Dust 2. It's a little bit more of a puggier map, a bit more of an even ground, a bit more of a 50-50. There's a lot more randomness. I say randomness, let's try and quantify that. It's a map where individuals can take over rounds, right? Well, even if your decision making as a team is great, it doesn't matter if the opponent in front of you gets 5 headshots. Speaking of, Croc finds a first. Chucky and Taki trade out. 3 versus 3 is a blender. Subsides in middle. Reaction from Adept, they accelerate up towards short. A bomb site currently empty. The closest CT is Angie, still tucked in towards CT spawn. They clear out the site. It's a safe plant for long, interestingly, considering they have a player post planted towards short. There's no kit for Astralis, but they managed to sneak their way all the way up the CT ramp, unbeknownst to Adepts. But Suma activates, takes down Taki. It's a 2-for-2 trade now into the 1 versus 1. But again, the bomb is not planted for Hippo. Angie tries to smoke the bomb. Does he not realise that the bomb is planted safely? Either way, no kit, so a 10-second stick would have to be. He's got 5 seconds to get on this bomb. Going to start sticking it now. Spam comes through from Hippo, and he will just go for the knife. It's pretty unfortunate in that 1 versus 1. Angie, by dropping that smoke, it actually provided the cover for Hippo to make his way from short all the way up catwalk towards the site. That smoke wasn't there, Angie would have had a clean 1 versus 1 fight. Adepts will win that pistol round, but Astralis Talent going to be going for that force bite. Scout, a couple upgraded pistols. The opening kill goes Adepts' way. 1-man advantage. Suma falls towards long. Quick reaction after getting that kill. They accelerate in towards middle. Playing as a pack, 4 players. Barreling in. Angie with a scout. Finishes off Taki. A boost, quick up from Croc. But can't quite land the shots, just goes for the body spam. At that range, considering you're stood up and not crouched, not optimum for the Deagle. Now the players fall on the site. The rest of Astralis Talent force their way through this smoke. Angie. He does the exact same, follows suit. There'll be 2-0 to Adept. Astralis Talent now down to just pistols. It's a difficult spot to be in on Dust 2. The back foot on your CT economy. It's a map where you want to get AWPs up as much as possible. It's going to be a 5-man push. In towards middle, spotted out by Hippo, jump spotting. The Swarm, the P250s are successful at finding 1. SBT able to control the fights using the pixel in T-spawn. That small gap, Suma eventually land the headshot. But that'll be all. Adept survive with 3 players. As they collect their 3rd round. Round number 4, Astralis Talent, they will be going for that full investment. Angie, as mentioned, gets that AWP up as soon as possible. Sniper rifle in hand. It's such an open, long-range map where the AWP can reign supreme, even on the T side. The ability for the AWP to cut off those rotations in middle. Play for picks towards both B and A long. It's aggression from Croc here and towards the tunnels, and as the AWP activates, it's perfect. Angie takes contact first. Duke doesn't expect Croc to also be in the tunnels there, but he is stuck now. Got to find a way to exit. Not going to be easy as well, considering Hippo lands a beautiful headshot towards Angie. And Croc, stuck in the tunnels, can't find a way to escape. He's trapped and dealt with. 3 versus 3. As quick as Astralis Talent get those 2 openings, they fall. Proactive play from Astralis talent. Sen shifting in, but a beautiful angle held by Taki, using the pillar to cover the side of his body. Kier not in a position to trade. He could have attempted it if he wanted to, but wouldn't have been worth it, especially with that angle held. Sumer is in a great spot here. He's made his way towards the top and middle. I'm not sure how he's made his way here. He'll be able to take down these two players. Only good for the one, a good trade from Taki. Now Kier in the 1 versus 2. Issue is Hippo V has got himself in a very strong position at the car. He can watch CT. Kier just walks in towards it with his knife in hand, but fortunately for him, Hippo has moved off the angle. Kier, I'm sure, heard Taki drop. Should identify with the fact that short is smoked, that not a plant for short. Hippo, strong post-plant position. Kier has a kit, but no smoke. If only he had a smoke, he would have been able to stick this defuse. Eventually, Kier will win the fight, but simply not enough time. Adept will get their 4th. Astralis talent. Bit of a half buy. Saved AK for Kier. They're going to get a scout, MP9, a couple of deagles behind it. Chucky's AWP. We'll find the opening kill. Croc removed in towards middle. That weakens this B bomb site as Angie has to move away. Adept make their way in towards middle. Charlotte's talent do the same. They set up their defense around the extremities of mid. CT doors. And towards short. The HE a little bit too early. Well, the Molly will flush Kier back. Smoke though well timed. And she fires a shot and falls back. It's slow for Adept. Just waiting for Astralis talent to make the next move. Taki just pivoting. Lower tunnels, finds the first. Even finds a second. A beautiful shot on towards Kier. Suma, the reaction towards long. Meeting no resistance, finally pushes to go on this flank. The issue is Adepts that have taken the site. The most Suma can hope for here is to clear out Taki. Drop the second AK and him and Angie can pick them up to save, but no, Angie is going to go down. Oh my goodness, Taki. A quad kill, literally just dancing, pivoting around on the tunnels as if it's Dust 2 deathmatch. The wide swing as well to get that headshot clean. The Adept very comfortable with this map compared to Nuke. Already they look far more in control. Far more comfortable. We're only 5 rounds in. They do take a tactical pause. I like this, getting ahead of the game. Got a 5-0 lead. Heading into a full buy round where Astralis talent have all the utility, even have the AWP up on Angie. Lower tunnels in control now for Adept. Astralis talent on this buy round, they're going to choose to go more stacked towards the extremities. 3 towards long, 2 towards the B site itself. Not focused on mid, not focused on short. After securing long, Kier has rotated in towards CT to make sure that at least it's being watched, at least being covered. A lot of util invested there from Astralis talent to clear short. A good execution there from Adept to smoke on towards long. A fully, well, isolates Suma. There's no players there to support as Angie had rotated off. But a full rotation comes through from Astralis talent after long is taken. They set up all of their players here towards the site, but they're choosing to try and fight before Adept to make their way on towards the site, but Adept are coming out on top. It's 4 versus 2, and even then there's still a flank to come through. Kier dancing around on the site. In fact, it's Sen to find the kill, but eventually both of them fall. Nuke and SBT find the frags. Again, a clean 6-0 for Adept. They're looking very sharp on this map. Very dangerous. A bit of a boost here for Chucky. I like this. Rather than using it to peek the doors itself, they peek the entrance, the walk-in for lower tunnels, knowing they're up against a weaker buy, knowing they're up against pistols, and perhaps the odd MP9, which indeed they are with Sen investing that. Due to Astralis being on 4-round loss bonus, they can piece that together. Okay, they'll have around 3,000 each. Under 4,000. That's enough for them to get pistols, Kevlar, maybe an MP9. That's the primary spot to get aggressive, to try and get those openings, is to fight towards lower tunnels. Nuke going to be walking into tunnels solo. Fortunately, there's plenty of utility there to support him with the mollies, but Angie with an R8 is going to find a headshot towards SPT. I think that was through the door. In all fairness, this is a map where that weapon can do a lot of damage. I think famously the JL 4K. Over on the B side. Now he's going to be walking towards mid. Beautiful shots from Hippo and Chucky. Kier does find one. It's a lot of damage done to Adept though. Over the top of the smoke, the MP9 is successful. Taki, a solo fight. A single fight given up. A 1 versus 1. Little did you know it's actually a 1 versus 2. Chucky going to be trying to hold down these rotations on low HP. Hippo, beautiful shot towards Suma, and Chucky and Hippo collide for 5 kills to close out that round. That got scary though. An R8 opening kill, a second kill on the Deagle as they forced their way through the mid doors. Taki gives up a solo fight, but the AWP of Chucky holding down those rotations. Hippo being the closer as ever. We've already seen him win 2 clutches this map. Just securing those rounds. Another timeout used. Astralis talent not finding any success right now. Early molly from Kier. Again, it's a 3-2. Heavy towards long, heavy towards B. This time Adept try and fight for long control a little bit earlier. They're going to find 2 for 2. Still. And she looks to fight. With the smokes locking them off, he's going to fall back. Now, little does he know that Adept have control of both long and short. Darky is in a great spot to catch Angie off here as he tries to fall back through the smoke. Will remove him. Sen and Croc, the two B players, slowly have made their way, clearing out middle, anticipating this flank, but they're not quick enough as Taki was able to activate and clear out the site. 3 versus 2. The two Astralis talent players split up. They limit their tradability, but Croc has found Chucky in the pit. That's the AWPer. Quick reaction from ADEPTS. They both group up and say, look, they're split up. Let's take this fight together. But Sen holds strong. 2 beautiful headshots from Sen. On towards short. Astralis talent will get their first round on the board. Thanks to heavy investment in fighting for long. Making sure they get that 2 for 2. Most importantly, Sen isolating those two players, pushing him down. Now, we'll say with Astralis' CT side so far, it's been very flat. Not dynamic at all. It's something which we've seen time and time again over the last few seasons of United21 becomes more and more prevalent. Is that CT side that Heroic popularized a year or two ago, where you make these overloads, you gamble, rotate. We saw a glimmer of it from Astralis when they went for a 4-man stack towards A as a reaction towards long. But you go for these proactive pushes together. Say you leave the B site, go for a 2-man pushing towards mid, for example. But they're very slow to react on them. This time, it's another default hold, 3 towards A, 2 towards B. Fighting for long control rather than short. And she gets the opening kill. Finds Chuck, reacting towards mid. SBT, low on health. Tagged down as he tried to make his way in towards middle. Managed to tuck his way underneath this truck. His leg should be visible, and yeah, there we go. Kier will find him. Angie, very tight angle here. We'll be able to spot the legs first, but the flash comes through, dodges it. Hippo takes one more step forward, he'll fall. Angie now getting curious. Hippo's anticipating. Leg spotted, Angie wins the fight. Taki and Chucky currently locked out by Molly. Sen flushed out himself. Stuck between 2 sets of flames. Who will succumb to the fire. Angie's made the rotation, tucked his way in towards Dark, but Taki just jumps over his crosshair. It's an awful spot for an AWP to beat. Kier will trade, but it's just Chucky now, 1 versus 2. They know he was last spotted towards tunnels. Very little time on the board. As soon as Suma takes contact, Kier can swing in towards heaven. Towards window, sorry. And we'll find him. Astralis talent get a second on the board. A little bit more of a scrappy round there from Adept. Not as coordinated, not as clean as we've seen so far for them here on Dust 2. There was a brawly fight in towards middle. They had perhaps identified that Astralis talent are neglecting mid right now. They're playing 2 towards the site, 3 towards long. So they barrel out, try and abuse that to split B. Much faster map control this time in towards lower tunnels. Angie, though, posted up towards short. We'll find SBT. It's a half buy for Adept, despite initially being 7 in a row. Being 7-0 up after losing 2 there on Eco. It's a decent investment, though. To be honest, I'm surprised they didn't actually choose to fully buy it. I'm just doing the maths here, and Tech 9, Kevlar, a full belt of utility, and still having 2,000 in the bank. Surely that's enough for a buy. Surely. Could they not have got AKs here? They would have had a better buy. They would have been able to upset Astralis and break Astralis' economy and close out this half 10-2. Now I'm going to be popping on towards this B-bomb site, but Croc and Sen both playing anti-flash unfazed. Chook shifting in late through mid, but his rotation's being held. Astralis tanking a third. Yeah, I'm almost certain that Adept could have bought last round. I didn't exactly see how much they had, but having 2,400. Kevlar on a Tech 9, that's 1,000. Belt of utility, that's just under 1,000. Yeah, I'm sure they would have been on like 4k per player. They could have at least got Galils. They wanted util. And the boost pays off finally. Onto his side. Kier caught getting aggressive. Angie posted up on top of the Xbox. Catches Chucky, a cheeky angle. Croc now getting aggressive. Oh, did he not hear Chuck jumping around on top of the boxes? I thought he did. But he falls, and now Adept get that man advantage back in their favour. Adept take long control. They're setting themselves up really well for an A split here. Astralis talent. Looked like they're gambling for a save, but they've got enough money to buy next round. What? Why? What? What's going? What? What's the? They've given up A. They've gamble stacked B, but they have enough money to buy. Suma's got 4k. Sen's got 4k. Croc and Kier have 3k. Why are they saving? There's 1 round left in the half after this. Why? Do they? Can they not count to 12? Yes, their loss bonus is weak, but their cash is great. Even if Angie went down, Sen could drop over an AWP. They've just thrown this round away. Why? Why? I'm so confused. They've allowed Adept to get up to an 8th. We have one final round in the half, but look at the cash, man. Look at the cash. Everyone could buy. Why have they done that? Either way. Either way. Final round of the half. Adept 8-3. Astralis Talent will get a fully healthy buy. Not like they wouldn't have anyway. Get a full gun-on-gun round. Round of the half. Fighting towards long or Astralis Talent. This time there is that little bit more of an overload. Trusting Sen to hold B solo. He's going to burn his utility to block Angie early. Fast up on towards short. Whilst 3 players were invested in taking long. They've secured it. Suma not committed. Just going to walk his way towards pit now. Angie boosted up on towards catwalk. Ready to hold the lower tunnels. The flash comes through and fully blinded. Even lands a shot onto Chuck. Opening kill. This is a much better round from Astralis Talent. Much more dynamic. Much more proactive. Counter flash comes through, but Chucky holds a pixel angle. The kill immediately given up. You've got that man advantage. 5 versus 4. The only way you lose once you've got a man advantage is if you do not trade. Yet they went for a flash peek, which was not tradable. There wasn't an extra player there. If Suma had given up long and fought towards short, you've got long control. You don't need to fight towards short so committed. If you wanted to, you could get Suma to just smoke long, fall away from long. I guess he doesn't have a smoke, but you can get him to fall away from long, give up long silently, and get Suma to fight in towards short with Kier. Luckily for them, for Astralis, Suma will find a kill. Angie, completely overwhelmed. He falls. It's an equalising frag, 3-on-3. Suma still has long control though. And Taki's managed to get his way in towards CT. Have Adept, or have Astralis Talent spotted this? No, they haven't. He's going to get one. Even spots the barrel of Croc. Even gets a second. Even Suma in a 1 versus 3. Making his way up towards short. He's being held by Chucky and he'll fall. A very, very middling CT side from Astralis Talent. Not even middling. Disappointing. I mean, I'm still reeling over the fact that they saved on round number 11 when they didn't need to. They had more than enough cash. And that round there, you've got a man advantage. Just got to pick. Why is Kier being flashed in towards short? On his own. If there was another player with Kier to go with him, so that if Kier wasn't successful at getting a kill on a blind player, or if the flash wasn't perfect, you'd have someone there to trade, to get a second frag, to equalise, to maintain your man advantage. But that's a high risk kill play that Kier just made. by being flashed in towards short. If it goes wrong, you lose your man advantage, and a 4 versus 4, an equal state of affairs, is a T advantage. Either way, we're swapping over. Astralis Talent will see how their T-side affairs. The fundamentals can look at all improved. Adept. Julies, smoke and a flash. A couple flashes for Kit. Smoke in towards the mid doors. Sets up Astralis Talent to barrel in towards short. Now setting themselves up for this A split. Taking contact up towards short. Now they take contact in towards the doors as well. Adept are holding for a long setup, but that means Nuke can very easily get overwhelmed. He's got no support. He's on his own, and the bomb will be planted and long taken as well. Even Taki and SBT to rotate in. They've got a heavy lead. They don't necessarily need to give this go, although SBT's only got a flash to save. He could give that to Taki. Taki could save the Julies and the Kevlar. I don't think this is worth trying. A 2 versus 4. Save that Kevlar. Save the Julies. The CT economy is a fickle one. Take what you can. Take a single piece of Kevlar. There we go. Get out of dodge. SBT trying to collect some kill. Oh, hello. Nice flick onto Angie. Gets himself $600. That's fair. The only thing he lost there is a flashbang. And he got himself $600. He can now get a better investment. If Adept wanted to, they could go for a force buy behind Taki's Kevlar. He can drop the Julies over to someone. They can buy him a Famous. He can get a helmet. Or he can buy a Famous himself. But with this lead, I wouldn't be surprised if Adept choose to just go for a full eco. Okay, no. As soon as I say that, it's a late investment from Adept. Couple Deagles. Scout on Chucky. This is very late. Couple MP9s. I would have preferred to see a Famous somewhere involved. On a map like Dust 2. The MP9 doesn't have as many opportunities on this map. Oh, beautiful shot from Kit. Peeks behind the flames. Chucky's scout nullified. Find SBT. Sumo holding for the rotation. Nice off angle. Catches Hippo clearing tunnels. Taki and Nuke should save here. 2 versus 5. I don't want Taki to overextend. I like the angle he was on before. Just sitting in a place where if nothing happens, he'll save. If they come to him, he could be good with this MP9 to collect 1 kill, upgrade to a rifle. So there's only 1 Mac 10 in play. That's on Sumo, and he's no longer going towards T-spawn. He's sitting in suicide. Force buy from Adept. It's decimated. Now it's going to be an eco around these 2 MP9s. A couple warning shots fired off towards suicide, where Croc was jump spotting. It's going to be a full contact out towards that B site. Croc Using a lot of utility to just clear mid control on his own, but he's going to be overwhelmed in a second, and there you go. Sen comes into the top and middle to try and support. Will be himself overwhelmed. That's a couple Galils available now for Taki and Chucky to go and save. But considering that they're by next round, I wouldn't be surprised if they're tempted to give this a go. Personally, I'd rather the save. The CT economy is fickle, especially on Dust 2. Save these rifles, increases your chances of getting an AWP. Taki spotted in the window. It's 20 seconds, no kit. There's no chance of this. Are they just going for economic damage? If so, it's not worth it. Financially speaking, it makes more sense to keep your weapons than it does to remove weapons from the opponent. Yeah, Taki's fully committing. He's going to go down with the bomb. Or will he? No, just about survives. Somehow gets away. It's a much smaller bomb on Dust 2 than it is on Nuke. The Galils are saved. Chucky can afford a sniper. But I think he had that dropped over to him by Taki. To 6. Now it is that overloader fight towards long. Astralis talent find the opening. Hippo blinded. Man advantage. A duel through the gap and Taki wins it with the Galil. Equalising frag. There's still one player towards long making a bit of presence, but the Astralis talent players, they're fully rotating over towards this B bomb site, which is completely empty. Chucky with the AWP posted towards car. Finds Kier. They should soon realise that there's no more presence towards long. But with a man advantage, that's okay, because they can afford to play retake on that B bomb site. Taki will get there just in time to catch them as they try and cross. Smoke comes through and there you go, there's the frag. Bomb planted. Astralis talent guaranteed that cash injection sends. Managed to walk through the smoke. In fact, he's found a double kill. What a play. Was Chucky not watching that? Was he watching mid? What was he doing? He can't have been watching mid lurk because SBT and Nuke came from mid in towards tunnels. Now the swing comes through. Beautiful shot to trade. SBT will successfully find the 1 versus 2. Beautiful trade from him. The crossfire was there. I think Croc perhaps peaked a little bit too soon. Should have played off of Sen's contact. I mean, yeah, Sen, there's no way for Sen to trade Croc there if Croc went down. Sure, Croc got 1 kill, but if he stays alive, he's in the position where he can dance, he can control the fights. Sen can't. Sen's tucked in car. If they peek him, he can't fall away. Regardless, Adept up into double digits. Again, it's a 2-man fight towards long, 1 towards short. Chucky mollied off, falling back, plays anti-flash, misses the shot. 2 incendiaries thrown to stop Kier. That's a waste of utility. One minute on the clock and Adept only have 1 smoke. 1 single piece of blocking util. This is Dust 2. There's not many positions where you can actually use blocking utility. Not too many choke points. Speculative util thrown towards the A site, seeing if it can shuffle this long defense, but it's not done the job. They're sat, committed to the hold. SBT, though, now isolated now that Long's taken down, but he peeks. Finds the timing to peek over the top of the ramp, but finds two beautiful headshots. Croc deals them. 16 seconds, he's got to make it towards the site. Adept don't want to give him the fights. They know that he can waste the time. They want to play for the round win. They don't mind if he gets this bomb planted. HE will soften him up. In fact, it'll finish him off. Beautiful from Taki. They forfeit the bomb plant, but secure the round win. Adept up to 11. 2 rounds away now from taking us to a third. You can see at the top of your screen that decider will be Inferno if we get there. Unless Astralis talent can win 6 in a row, at the very least. Or 6 out of the next 7. It's a 4th bite for Astralis talent. Not a bad one either. It's essentially a full buy, just a compromise of a Mac 10 and a Deagle. Good flashbang, fully blind Chucky, but no one's there to react off of it. Good jiggle, Chucky. This is the shot, but he's able to get away. Utility. Just eroding Kier away. Charlotte's talent set themselves up for a pop on towards this B-bomb site. The good flashes. Fully blind Taki at the back of the site. Chook. Not good for any frags, but Taki will find the double. Keeps it at a 3 versus 3. Sen, a great position to hold down any rotations. But with this smoke fading, surely he'll be cleared soon. And, Adepts don't have a great economy. They might be tempted to save this, especially with time ticked down. Already 20 seconds on the bomb, there's no point. They'll fall back. Sen will try and see if he can finish off a kill, but no. SBT gets around the corner. Adept live to fight another day. They should be able to go for a buy here, I think. SBT, and or if he refunded whatever he just bought, that piece of utility. I think it was a smoke. He could drop over an M4. Chucky could drop it on over as well. No, SBT's dropped over an MP9 instead to Taki. I'd love to see an M4 on Taki though. He's had so much impact on the rifles. Hampered now with the SMG, and he's about to be tested. It's a rush over towards B. He's good for 1, but such a high fire rate on the MP9. It runs out of bullets so quick. Only good for 1. 1-for-1 trade. Hippo finds a player towards the top of mid. 3 versus 3. This time, Adept in a much better position to attempt to retake. Anji. Knife out. Knife out as he's walking towards tunnels, even though he doesn't know that it's clear. Or doesn't know whether it's clear. Sen has to get proactive here, jumping in towards the window, but it's too late. Hippo is coming through the tunnels and caught him in the back. A good retake there from Adept. Obviously spurred on by the fact that Angie had his knife out in tunnels. That's a desk clam if ever I've seen one. Gets Adept up onto map point. Unfortunately, the fact that Taki only had an MP9 isn't the be-all and end-all. I reckon if he had an M4, he would have got at least 2 there. Although, depending if he had an M4 A1 or A1S. A4 or A1S, sorry. Charlotte now backs up against the wall, set themselves up outside long. The deep incendiaries do tickle the toes of Croc. That's information passed across towards Hippo. Beautiful, beautiful repositioning. As soon as they hear the sound of a player tagged into long, they know that, okay, what's likely going to happen if there's a player tucked into long and there's no noise across the rest of the map? A long pop. So knowing that he's about to be fully blinded, he gets in front, pre-fires the narrow choke point in the doors and mows down 2. Five versus 3. A minute on the clock as Charlotte's Talent have to recover. Start making their way towards long, where Hippo sits in his pit. He'll just mow them both down. A quad kill for him. On for the ace. See if Sumo will give it to him. Jump down in towards CT. Good for one, will be quickly traded. That is a 13-7 to Adept. I mean, it's quite a reverse in fortunes, right, compared to Nuke. On Nuke, it definitely looked like Astralis Talent were much more comfortable on that map. They had control of the rotations, control of the game. Adept just didn't have a deep enough game plan. Then we moved to Dust 2. Astralis Talent lost. Their CT side was non-existent. There was no proactive plays. It looked like they were still playing CT side Dust 2 from, what, 5, 6, 7 years ago, where it was just a default 3-2 split. There was very little proactive plays, whereas when we swapped over, we saw lots of that from Adept. Proactive plays in terms of the mid-round aggression, the overloads towards the A site, towards the B site, and some good individual holds. There's a lot of impact as well from Hippo in that first half, closing out plenty of 1v1 clutches. That means we are going to be going to that decider of Inferno, that third map. Again, the loser of this best of 3 goes home. It's all decided on that one map, which is coming up in 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the final map of the day here at United21 Season 22. It's an elimination match of Group C, Astralis Talent versus ADEPTS. The loser goes out in last place of the tournament. The winner fights for their last lifeline in the decider match. We're starting off Inferno with a cheeky little knife round to see who chooses which side to start on. A little bit of a stalemate. Classic. Always happens on the knife round. Both teams just sit in a row, waiting for who to go first. As soon as one player goes first, they'll dive in, pile in on him. This is a stalemate. There we go. They dive in onto the left-hand side. It will be ADEPTS coming out on top. Now, we saw earlier in the maps we had Nuke and Dusty coming up first. Astralis Talent certainly looked much more comfortable on Nuke. They were in control for most of that game, had quicker reactions, quicker mid-rounding on the CT side. They were able to push and pull the rotations, and it took a while for ADEPT to adapt. On the T side as well, when they swapped over, ADEPT did have some nice set pieces, but again, some quicker reactions coming from Astralis Talent, who moved over to Dust 2, and Astralis Talent looked like they had nothing. They almost relying as if it was a mix. They were playing, their CT side was flat. It was constantly 3 towards long, 2 towards B. They were barely playing together. There wasn't grouped up, overloaded Counter-Strike. It was very split up. They were isolated, and ADEPT had a very easy time just doing a long execute onto long, isolating the long player, and doing the similar style of play across the map and winning fights all over the place. And that brings us here to Inferno. Astralis Talent will start on that T side, ADEPT on that CT. Jackie has pushed down towards the bottom mid and will trade Croc. In fact, he finds a second kill as well. On towards Suma. 3 versus 3. Well-timed smoke dropped by Taki, ready to hold with the Julies. The pressure applied from Astralis Talent, unhanded a flash through the smoke, does fully blind Taki, and he somehow escapes through the CT smoke. Plays his life, makes sure that he doesn't go down for free. SBT coming on the rotation, catches Angie trying to slink back through the smoke to hold Banana, to hold some post-plant extremities. Sen forced to fight. Now that there's a man disadvantage, he feels like he has to take the round on his shoulders, but in doing so, he just gives up another solo kill. Even Kier in a 1 versus 3. Spotted at the back of New Box, and he will be dealt with in kind. Clean start there for ADEPTS. Too many hero plays from Astralis Talent in that 3 versus 3. Not playing together. Not maximising that trade potential. Solo push from Angie, solo push from Sen. But the bomb plant does give them the opportunity to go for a force buy. Galil's on Kier and Croc. Mac 10's on the rest. Fast up towards second mid. Hippo jump spotting. I believe gained vision. But already up towards short. Taki wide swings. Gets completely caught off guard. These Mac 10s chase down these rifling players. Chucky tries to stay alive on the site and does actually a good job. But in the meantime, Croc has mowed down 2. Caught the rotating players off. Astralis Talent equalise 1-1 and pick up a couple of M4s to boot. After a second round break, ADEPT are now down onto just pistols. It's a bit of a semi-force buy. Don't know how to describe it. $500 left in the tank, to put it that way. So not fully investing. But this is somewhat of a force buy. They still have that extra cash, so it means that when they eco next round on the full buy, they'll have a perfect buy. Look like Astralis Talent are going to be setting themselves up for a pop. Taki caught with smoke in hand. He was literally just about to smoke off apps. But instead he eats a flash. And Adept should turn around and save these upgraded pistols. Adept will, or at least should, be able to clutch onto these weapons. Croc should not hunt. He needs to be disciplined here. I mean, there's no even need for him to be hiding around Banana. The risk of him going down and giving up a free Galil is unnecessary. It's the risk he doesn't need to take. There's no reward off it other than personal gain for stats. There's nothing to really take away from Adept other than some upgraded pistols. Now Adept will be ecoing with these 5.7s and this B250. Early banana control, uncontested for Astralis talent. Plenty of utility as well. To go for a late round hit. Kid did just use the last Molotov though. Molotovs are your friend against pistols, that's for sure. Be smoke thrown. Astralis talent, plenty of map control. Top mid, top banana. And now look to take long. Try and set Suma up with this Mac 10 to go for a bit of an info play towards CT. See if he can scout out the location of any of these CTs. But I think that Chucky has found or caught his flank. Man, I'm just watching this on the minimap. Chucky's right behind him. There we go. We'll eventually catch him, and Taki's actually found Kier. A double dink. The acceleration now will come out. Astralis talent should realise that Adept, there's only one player on towards this A site. Taki, overwhelmed, fully flashed. Chucky jumps through the smoke with the Mac 10, but only be good for one. Still a man advantage for Astralis talent, though. SBT with a Mac 10, an upgrade over the 5.7. See how Adept choose to retake. Going through short. They're going to catch the player in transition. Croc somehow only just goes down, and Hippo pivots around for the double kill. The eco pays off for Adept. Astralis talent. I don't know, man. Like, you've got all that map control. You've got banana. You've got mid control. Keep it simple. Sure, okay, I can excuse Suma going in towards CT to going for that flank. That's an extra sort of layer to attack this B bomb site with. But why is there still a player lurking on A? Like, what's that player on A doing? They're taking a 1 versus 1 fight. And if you want to make your argument of, okay, no, he's scouting in case that B is stacked, he can clear the A site. Why get Suma to do that whilst the rest of you set up for a B execute? You can't have two lurks like that against pistols. It's just not worth it. You spread yourself too thin. Croc will hold his own in towards the smoke on banana, but quickly traded by SBT over the top of the wall. 4 versus 4. The CTs are going to be falling back from banana. Astralis execute onto an empty B bomb site. Adept having fallen back to play retake. Bomb now ticking. Adept do have the kits for this, 3 to be precise. They do have a smoke on Taki as well, and some flashes. They don't have the Molotov to clear out these angles, but a re-smoke. 20 seconds left. Adept better get a move on, otherwise they should turn around and save. Could be going in for a last second retake, but there's 7 seconds left. They need to go. No, there's not enough time. Even then, Suma finds a kill. Adept lose 2 rifles at a very weak attempt at a retake, going for a last second defuse as the Astralis talent leaves the site. Astralis talent take the lead 3-2. Adept still able to invest with these 2 saved weapons. I'd like to see Chucky involved with an opening pick here in towards mid. Won't find anything. It's going to be a 3-2 split for Astralis talent. Taking banana and taking apps simultaneously. Kit peeks long haul well before Suma gets in position, but not punished. Utility just being deployed by the CTs to keep Astralis talent at bay. Gamble rotation from Adept 4 towards the A site, looking to hold down middle. They go 1 for 1. Success for Astralis talent there. They thin the CT herd. Nuke has to hold down this B bomb site, but the incendiary extinguished by the edge of the CT smoke. He goes down for free. He isn't able to play for time. SBT will find a kill through the smoke. Puts into a 3 versus 3, but Hippo is just so far away. He's not in any position to set up the retake. So unless SBT and Chucky thought they could do a 2 versus 3 retake, then they better join Hippo in the save. Four 4-2 lead now for Astralis, stretching it, but these 3 saved weapons could prove difficult. If Adept set them up successfully, they're not going to buy behind them. They're going to see if just these 2 AKs and this AWP can be enough to win this round without costing them the ability to buy next. But a brilliant opening from Croc. A spam cancels out Chucky's opening pick. Or at least cancels out his attempt. SBT in towards the boiler. Domed by Suma. Astralis talent are just successfully finding openings across the map right now. And there's another one. Hippo just walks into the crosshair. Long smoke and short molly. Kira's going on a bit of a lurk, a bit of a risky play. Chuka's picked up that AWP. At least got 1 kill. Now the possibility of this lurk hasn't been thought of. Chuka's walking with knife out. Will walk straight into Kir. Kir will kill. And Chuka will choke. Leaving Taki to clutch onto this AK, try and save another rifle. Well, there's a kit and a flash. $600 there in utility. Astralis talent, they don't have much funds themselves, so they're not going to hunt aggressively. But again, today we've seen a lack of discipline from this Danish side. Taki now spotted, they might accelerate. In fact, Kier is. He's going full force. To his detriment. He'll fall. We'll need an AK dropped over to him. Still profitable though. They could afford to lose one player. 3 players surviving means bank building. Tactical pause for Adept. They're starting to trail behind now, albeit only by 3, but in MR12 only a couple rounds. If you don't get a hold of it, it can grow very quickly to a very disparate lead. Charlotte's talent only need 2 more rounds to secure a win at the half. Util traded across the map again. Adepts, they're not playing aggressive right now. It's quite timid. They're giving Astralis a lot of room to work with. In all fairness, when they have chosen to go for these opening picks, they often lose them. Counter util deployed. Molly actually stops the smoke, but the HE will find the kill. It's a late retake of Banana with a minute on the clock. It gets them the opening kill. Charlotte's talent now losing that player. They're forced to accelerate towards A, but Kier, the wrap dealt with. Now they can focus their full attention towards short and apps. Hippo dancing around default box, won't find anything. Taki just trying to stay alive in the pit, tucked, hiding in the smoke. Buying time. But HE will finish him off. 2 versus 3. Retake comes through towards short. Duke holds for the pit swing. Flash towards the site. They don't clear behind the default box. Suma will be dealt with and eventually Sen traded. Chuk, a nice double kill. The defuse comes through. Adept get their 3rd. Charlotte's talent still with cash in the bank to buy 5 AKs. Utility traded again across the map at all these contact points. It's still a very vanilla hold from both teams. We're seeing 3-2 CS being utilised on the CT side. Similar from Astralis, it's very much 2 players take apps, a couple players take banana, maybe leave one of them lurking. Then group up. That's controlling in tow. They now pressure mid. But Adept, they're still barely moving. It's still 3-2 for them. Smoke towards long will give Suma the possibility of lurking behind it. Chucky dodges the flash. Over the top of the smoke, will find the lurk. Takes down Suma. That should be the dead giveaway now for Adept that it's a B site hit, but Astralis accelerate anyway. Shoot, gets one over the top of the boost, fully blinded. Croc pushes through the smoke and will find two. A perfect flashbang catches them off guard. SBT now concerned about a CT push, but it's Kier coming in through the coffins. Somehow this Astralis talent site hit, despite being 3 versus 5. Croc finds a double. Kier catches a rotation, and Kier catches another. Even Taki running away to save in apartments. His steps will certainly have been heard. Door open. Croc collects. A collection of kills between Kier and Croc. We do appear to have a bit of a technical pause. Hopefully it'll get resolved as soon as possible. Yeah, that simple B site hit there, the push through the smoke from Croc, really was what got that round into Astralis' favour. It's broken the bank for Adept. It's put them onto USPs, Hippo with a Deagle. It's a great spot for Astralis as they reach 6. Aiming to take this all the way to a full 9-3 half. Hopefully we'll be back in the server with but a moment's notice. Now the difficulty for Adept right now is they're playing very flat, akin to how Astralis were playing their CT on Dust 2. And for those who missed it, Astralis on their CT on Dust 2, every single round it was 2 stacked on towards B, 3 stacked towards A, with more often than not the 3 players on A taking long at the start of the round, then 1 player would rotate off to hold sort of middle or short. At the moment, Adept here on Inferno, it's 2B, 3A. That's it. They're not overloading with rotations. They're not getting proactive for information. The aggression which we saw at the start of the half coming out for them when they were searching for these opening picks was very one-dimensional. It was just, okay, let's hold in a forward position. Let's hold deep in apps. Or let's hold after taking banana. But they're not playing with the timings. They're not playing with overloads. And by overloads, I mean you over-rotate a player to one side of the map and use that over-rotation to overload part of the map. To get aggressive. Use those numbers, because those numbers are a resource. Once you pull those resources together, you can afford to do something more expensive. Now, most commonly, you'll see it on Inferno with a triple B setup, but you can do it with a 4B setup. You can do it with a 4A setup. When you've got 4 players towards A, we did see a hint of it in the mid round, where they gambled a 4th player over towards A and left 1 player solo B. But that wasn't too much of an overload. That was a hold. They had 4 players stacked in towards middle. They didn't overload in terms of using those 4 players to then get aggressive, to get ground, using those extra resources in the form of the extra players to take more map control than you otherwise would be able to. And now, Adept are working with just pistols. Already, their only deagle, their only upgraded weapon, has been quickly removed, and it won't be recovered. Not yet, at least. Perhaps using the deagle to try and get 1 kill, bait them in. If he dies, bait them into the stack, but that's not going to happen because Astralis Talent have cleared B. I'm not sure how I've missed that on the minimap. They're already in the B site. Did they just walk in? I mean, it's worked out for them, just walking in towards B, but that could have been really dangerous. 2 players just contacting into B with a smoke and a flash. If Adept had a couple deagles, that's a couple free headshots of AK players walking into your crosshair. And a multitude of different off angles and different covers and crossfires that you could establish. Fundamentals definitely lacking here for Astralis, but they're not being punished for it. Astralis secure that lead at the half with 2 rounds left. Still to go. Depth now get that investment. And I also want to see Chucky get a little bit more involved in these openers. He's top of the scoreboard for Adept, but I don't recall seeing him actually get some cracking openers. Level the man advantage. With these picks towards apps, towards B, towards mid. He's going to be taking his AWP towards apps. Only for a contact play, but Astralis Talent have a little bit of a orchestrated round in mind. Rather than playing their default, rather than working map control, it seems to be a full A-site execution. Fortunately for Adept, they're still in that 3-2 setup. They still have the players in position, but Hippo, oh, what a whiff. The HE misses its mark, and therefore it clouds his vision. Doesn't quite land the shot. Taki is still going to be holding for this swing in a nice elevated position. Suma is playing very late here. He knows that they're in apps, so he's just going to wait for their push. The fact that they've only seen 1 player. Goes for the swing, catches them off guard. Quick flick from Chucky. 3 versus 3. The numbers maintained. There's no kit in play for Adept. They need to get a shuffle on if they want to attempt a retake here. They do need the rounds. They do have the utility for it. Quick lurk smoke. Cheeky HE to soften up Sen. And Chucky has the flashes to help them clear out the site. I believe Shoot might have spotted ahead there. But Angie just dancing around this pillar. There's not enough time. No kit. There you go. Good reaction from Astralis Talent getting behind those smokes. As Angie just tucked, played for time, allowed Adept to take as long as possible to clear him so that his teammates could get in position in time to activate a crossfire. That's an 8th now for Astralis Talent. And the final round of the first half. A very weak buy for Adept. Chucky squeezing out his wallet to afford an AWP. Hippo with the M4. Going to be a couple of MP9s. It might even be 3 if Taki invests in one there. Taki's got a FAMAS. Nope, sold that. No, he's going... Okay, no. Make his mind up. He's playing with me. He's toying with me. He's going to commit to the FAMAS. They do have 2 rifles. Technical timeout has resumed. Now Adept. Again, all we've seen from them so far on the CT side is just vanilla CS. There's no inspiration behind any of their setups. But now with this investment that they have here, they can't get away with vanilla. I mean, they've not been getting away with it anyway. But even then, they have to do something to set up these MP9s for success. They have weak utility. They can't afford to play for time. They can't afford to play for retake either. If it ends up being a late site hit. Flash blade does come in, but I can't help but feel it's a little bit too early. There's no way that the Astralis talent players would be anywhere near mid by the time that flash bloomed for Hippo to peak. Swing comes in towards bedroom, or towards long hall, sorry. Zuma takes a tag, but gets the information. Astralis currently pressuring both middle and banana. Committing towards mid, the flashes are good, but the hold is better. Hippo playing anti, collects Keir. Now Chucky, the lone defender on B, has to play for time, has to block. Drops incendiary, now drops his smoke. The rotation is coming through. Now no longer the lone defender. Hippo, with the M4, is also here. He's going to get his way onto the site. Question is, where does he tuck himself? This is a committed angle. Utility going to come through. There we go. Will tuck himself into first. Chucky dancing around the pillar. Good for a second. Firing off shots. Playing for time. 30 seconds. Zuma now comes in to join Angie. They accelerating towards the site. They clear out Chucky, but that's where Hippo was waiting the entire time to collect the 4th round. Chucky up to 14 kills. Head and shoulders above his teammates. Double the next person. But it's still an 8-4 half. Astralis double Adept on rounds. Not much of a fight put up by the CTs. Both sides swap. On to the next pistol round. Croc and Sen. I've got the Julies. There's a lot of utility bought up for Adepts. SBT, a smoke, HE flash. Smoke and a molly on Nuke. And we're creeping their way in towards second mid. Angie went for a bit of a jump spot and is going to commit his way in towards bedroom. Well, does he know they're going to be creeping in behind him? Information play in towards banana. Despite the fact that Angie assumes that mid is clear. Some counter presence from Nuke. Angie's going to drop in towards second mid. That step was heard. SBT, surely he should be checking this. Surely he should be checking second mid. Angie's got his way in towards Mexi. Spotted SBT. The site is now free. Nuke misses the jump. Oh, Angie! Nuke gets the dink. The aim punch too much to handle. SBT will find a double. Astralis talent failed to organise, failed to coordinate any sort of setup for that retake. Eight-5, Astralis will be going for a force buy. Deagle's in play. So these upgraded pistols can find anything. Angie going for a bit of a half, going for the Julies, making sure he's got enough to get an AWP out on that CT side nice and early. We'll be stacking the B-bomb site. Astralis talent just blocking with smokes. Both mid and B. I still have another smoke left on Angie. Smoke's thrown towards coffins in CT. Ooh, the smoke towards CT, meant to land on the booster, doesn't block it. Counter smoke thrown, 30 seconds, Astralis talent. Hold through the smoke. Pistols are good for 2, but running out of bullets is Chuck. Angie ducks in towards the smoke, 20 seconds left, but he should be known. A re-smoke thrown. Smoke fades and Adept holds strong. 3 players survive despite having to force their way in towards the smoke. The Astralis talent crossfire isn't good enough to shut them down. Early HE stack decimates Kier in apartments. So looking much more lively from Adept. Much more inspired already, and we're only 2 rounds in. Say 2, this is the 3rd round in of the second half. Now clearing out Banana, we've got a bit of an Astralis stacking towards Pool. SPT will be going first with the Mac 10. He'll be able to scout this out. Early flashbang. Out into peak. Spots all 4 out. Can communicate that across. They fall all the way back. Look to accelerate up towards A. Chucky will try and hold down bottom Banana. Good for 1. Drops a smoke. Can try and hold the crossfire here, but no. Gives up the possibility of an AK to be retrieved. And Nuke not in a position to try and hold down that weapon. There you go, Angie picks that one up. Big overextension there from Chucky. No need whatsoever. He's already top of the scoreboard. He got 1 kill, now run away. Now Sen has an AK. We'll be saving that one. Helps out the economy. Astralis talent. Chucky's greed, his desire to get eco frags, to get free kills, to pad his stats. Allows Astralis talent to get an AK. That now just 1 round behind Astralis talent, but Astralis, they have the investment now. You can see Sen looking with this AK, able to drop over an M4 to Croc. Certainly helped out their economy, afforded them extra utility. Utility which is key in taking Banana. Croc tagged down low, the HEs on towards the T's, tagging them even lower. But SBT doesn't stop him from mowing down 2. A beautiful flash from Chucky. Catches Croc Consumer. 2 headshots on the Mac 10. He upgrades to the M4 on a 2-man advantage. There's still another player on the site to try and defend B. So Adept aren't going to hurry at all to react. In fact, Kier is going to make the gamble rotation over towards A. Hippo, we're applying a little bit of presence, a little bit of pressure over here towards A. Want to search for information, but also hopefully to pull a rotation, and that he has done both. And then some, even getting the kill onto Kier. B-bomb site will be called. Clear. Adept will plant the bomb. Angie and Sen stuck on this site looking to save. The Hippo has them boxed in. Shifting out of apps. Angie holds a pixel angle. Successfully holds the line. Don't think Adept will hunt too aggressively. They are searching. Seeing if they can creep nearby. They don't appear to have much utility. They've got 2 HEs if they wanted to try and nade stack pit. That'd work really well. Although one of the HEs is in the bottom of mid. There you go. They finish him off and Angie won't even survive. So they go at the cost of 2 players if you include Hippo. They remove both the weapons away from Astralis talent, and that's also an AWP. Very important. Very impactful. The scoreline is tied. Astralis talent have to go for an eco. Croc will be buying a hero M4 thanks to Sen saving that AK. Now, if this M4 single-handedly wins this round, that's all because of Chucky's greed, going for eco kills, allowing Sen to pick up an AK. If Sen didn't have that AK, Croc wouldn't have the funds to buy this M4 here. But we'll see. See what happens. The moment he's getting aggressive, and there's one. Okay, an opening kill. The M4 should be able to be picked up unless the HE's blown it away. Kier's searching for it, but can't quite find it in the smoke. The HE certainly knocked it about, but I'm not sure where it's been blown to. Kier drops the smoke. There we go. Kier's got the M4 now. So that kill count on that rifle is 1. And she going to be creeping in front of the smoke, in front of the wall, looking to fade it. And will find another kill. 1-for-1 trade. Kier can still be set up, fully blinded. There you go. Second kill on the M4. Make it a third. Make it a fourth. 4 kills on that M4. That is because Chucky hunted for 1 eco. Chucky has lost Astralis, or lost Adept that round against pistols. Simply because in the last round against pistols, he hunted for pistols, went 1-for-1, allowed Sen to save an AK. Sen saving an AK meant that Croc was dropped an M4. Therefore, Croc had extra cash for that round to buy an M4, whilst the rest of his teammates were ecoed, still having enough money in the bank. That M4 got 4 kills. People at home watching, take that as Sen has a nice little off angle towards the balcony, but it'll be quickly traded. Angie, quick shot, elevated angle. Chuck and SBT chime in for a couple kills. 3 versus 2. Croc comes in. Angie, walking in through the smoke, will activate. Leaves Chucky in a 1 versus 2. Can he make up for his transgressions against the pistols? HE misses its mark in the 1 versus 1. Looking to pick up the bomb. Or does he know he has a free sight, but 40 seconds to play with. The health advantage. He'll commit to getting this bomb planted on default. Dinked. Evens the fight. Dancing around this box. Croc playing with him, but will land the flick. And Chucky goes down. Croc even able to pick up that AWP, get the defuse. And there we go. Astralis talent up to 10. The Adept are in a sticky situation financially. I say that, they're all good, other than Hippo. Hippo will have to go down to a Mac 10. Astralis talent the ones to take the tactical pause. That's their first. Dare I say this is do or die for Adepts. Again, reminder for the context, the loser of this map is eliminated in last place of Group C. Swing round economically speaking, but SBT does find an entry successful again, brute forcing his way up banana. But he's traded. Traded down by Croc. 4 versus 4 still. Adepts can be content with a 4v4. Pressure applied towards mid and she's shot baited out. Hippo. No need to risk giving away that kill, but at least gets the information without costing his life. Astralis Talent going to be making an over-rotation, leaving this B bomb site. Gambling 4 towards A, and they're looking to retake mid. This could be spicy. They push down, take 2 kills. There you go, there's the first on the AWP. Kier catches Taki. 4 versus 2, they get 2 kills. This is the overload I'm talking about. The overload that was missing on Dust 2. They gamble, leave B open, use the 4 players with those extra resources to push down. And I know what some of you may be thinking, oh, but couldn't they have just done that with 2 players? They only got 2 kills. But the point is if they don't get those kills, there's players to trade so that they're not throwing away the play. To then put it into at least a 2v2. Regardless, the play is successful at the top of mid and it's in a 2 or 4 versus 2 retake. They've got 2 kits in play with a bomb ticking down. 20 seconds left. Duke holds an off angle, but Sent creeping in, spots the shoulder. Even Chucky, 1 versus 4, spotted out. And he's just going to tuck away and save. Doesn't fancy losing his AK, doesn't fancy fighting. Knows that he'll get the money anyway with the bomb planted. Astralis Talent up to 11th. The Adepts now taking a tactical pause. Adept. Lose the round. Astralis Talent swallow it whole. It's going to be a half buy for the French side. Chucky with that saved AK. A couple Deagles, a couple Tet 9s. Croc fighting in front of the molly. Barreling his way down. Good for 1. In fact, the Flames gets him a second. Before falling. It's a second AK to be retrieved, but it's a man advantage for Astralis Talent. HE softening him up. Fattening up, ready for the slaughter. Adept looking to apply a bit of pressure towards mid. Smoke towards long, molly towards short. They flash their way out, hoping to see if there's a reaction to be caused over towards B. Well, SBT lies in wait. Nothing to come of it. Instead, a firing squad established between Kier and Suma. Above and below sandbags. The flash too deep, but a wide swing from Hippo. Suma collects the last 2. Will be map, match and series point for Astralis Talent. Early Molotov now. Final, potentially final investment for ADEPTS. Chucky with an orb looking to challenge. We'll find the opening pick, catches Kier off guard. As he fires off a shot, misses, falls back towards the site. The Wrap coming in with the cover of the library and arch smokes, but Sen in towards the mini pit. Finds one kill at range, but that's when Taki just jumps out of the heavens off of the balcony. And there you go, a successful set piece from Adept. Chucky leading the way with the opening kill. Utility towards long, locks out the rotations. Means that the other CTs can't go in to support the two players locked in the site. It's a weak buy hobbled together by Astralis talent. They're forcing up. Croc down to an MP9. Weak utility on Kier, but Sen's getting aggressive. Good flashes. In fact, no, not fully blinded. Suma and Kier will find a couple of kills. Suma overstays his welcome. 3 versus 3. Angie holds banana. Ready for that reaction from Chuk. Man advantage now for Astralis talent. I don't have so many players left to defend these bomb sites with. Okay, going to be hearing them jumping up in towards the balcony. We'll find the timing to peek and just about gets away. Leaving it onto SBT. 1 versus 3. Has picked up the bomb. Smoking incendiary. He has utility available to him. We're clearing out apps. In the meantime, Astralis talent, I like this. The two riflers grouping up together. Angie with the AWP playing retake towards B. They search together for information, meaning as soon as they take contact, there's a player ready to trade, although they do split up now. Kier sending his way up towards Banana. Croc flanking towards apps. The step now should have been heard. There we go. Croc confirms. SBT won't expect this, but no, he'll still get the kill. Down to half HP. Could this HE be it? Yeah, it is. There it is. The HE to close it off. A 3-pointer. As Astralis talent successfully demolish Adept there on Inferno. Some crucial mistakes from Adept. Their CT side looked non-existent there. It was 3-2, uninspired. They need to pull out some more setups, some more overloads, some more protocols on that CT side. Because at the moment, any team, Astralis had all the room in the world to work with when it came to running their T side. On top of that, that crucial error from Chucky. I'm going to harp on about that one. Sticking around in Banana when he's being rushed down by ecos, only to get one eco frag to lose the AK. That lost them that game. I'm going to put it on that. It was 8-8 the scoreline when... 8-8 to the scoreline when Croc has got a hero M4. He wouldn't have had that hero M4 if Chucky hadn't hunted for ecos. Hunting for those ecos, or rather sticking around for those ecos, lost him that AK. Sen saves the AK. Sen then drops over an M4. Then that means Croc has enough money in the bank to hero buy an M4 on the following eco round, which gets 4 kills and shuts them down. Lesson learned there, hopefully, but that will be Adept bowing out of United21 Season 22 in last place as Astralis talent make their way through to the decider match of Group C. Tomorrow, we do have Group D round 2 games, so make sure to tune in for those. Other than that, that's us done for the day. 2 lovely best of 3s. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.